The era of metal has begun. And metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and bees of all ages, welcome to the Corporate Esports Association LAN, not finals, it's upper bracket finals and lower bracket semis, but either way, my name is Fennec, joined by the lovely Thousand Eyes. We are coming at you live from OS LAN in beautiful New York City, and we've got two BO3s for you tonight. First up, Amazon versus Raytheon Apollo. It's number 1 seed versus number 3 seed. Winner goes on to grand finals. Loser going to face the winner of our second match of the night. You won't want to miss that, but they've already drafted. I mean, this is weird, you know, just going through, but we're going to get this done lickety-split.
They didn't wait for us.
No, they did not.
They did not.
No drafts for the foreseeable future, but we're about to get into the first game. Thousand, you excited?
I am extremely excited. We've been talking about this for a while, being able to be in person. I can touch you. It's weird.
Indeed. That said, on the blue side, game number 1, it's Amazon Stock Diff, benefiting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. In the top lane, it's X Counter-Strike. In the jungle, Vizera, Quicks in the mid lane, Muji, AD carry, and Nino Haxer in support.
And on the red side, we have Raytheon Apollo, we have Kangdor in the top lane, Yoshi and jungle, Dr. Deathcap in the mid lane with the Vigar, Computer at AD carry, and Jinja Ninja Power on support. Already have some stacking here, trying to make use, although their Thresh is a little behind.
Yeah, it is, and let's talk about the draft because we didn't get through that. Urgot in the top lane for Counter-Strike with Vizera on the Volibear. Ari in the mid lane for Quicks. Muji with the Caitlyn, AD carry with the Caitlyn Lux combo, in fact, in that bot side.
Now, you have not been playing or paying attention to a lot of League as of late. Ari got some changes.
Yes, she has the resetting ulti now.
Okay,
it's great.
cool. Just making sure that you know, our producer really wants us to talk about this word. Shut up, Brennan.
And we can look at him and say, shut up. It's great. Red side, though, Mordekaiser in the top lane with a Wukong jungle. Not his most played position at the moment, that being the top lane, but old habits die hard. And as the Ari counters go, there's either Vex or there's Veigar. Dr. Deathcap playing the Predator Veigar, probably going to be that tank build, but still, you just run at people. It's great as a former Veigar main myself. Ezreal Thresh in the bot side to round out their team comp. I'll talk about these lanes a little bit. Mordekaiser Urgot, this brings me back to some Season 8 vibes.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, this is basically a bruiser matchup. The Urgot eventually will be very difficult to deal with in a one-on-one setting, especially once he does get that Tiamat, and even more so once that, why am I blanking on the name? The Titanic Hydra comes through. So that will be pretty important, but we have really active junglers here. The Wukong and the Volibear are both really strong gankers and really potent as we have a fight in the bot side already.
Level 2 gotten for the Caitlyn Lux. Jinja Ninja Power gets ignited off. They land the Luxie on the Computer. They'll get out, but they expend a heal from Computer. No flashes used, though. Means that they're safe to continue landing. Vizera, though, pinging down bot side. Yoshi trying to take his Gromp right now. He's down a level. He needs to get this or else Vizera's going to have a significant experience advantage. Computer rotating back up on the Ezreal. The smite goes over to Yoshi. He's able to get the level 3. Now looking for Vizera. Dr. Deathcap making his way over. Does that Predator boots available to him? Yes, the Baby Cage misses. The platform for the first blood of the 2-man through from the Lux needs. Yoshi dies. Dr. Deathcap making his way forward, though, trying to move as far forward as he can, waiting for the cage to come back down. Jinja Ninja Power, though, gets the play back onto Muji. Another auto attack double kill for Muji. The play the wrong way around. And Stock Diff come out 2-4-0 at the start of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a... They got the kill on the Volibear. That's when they needed to back out. Jinja Ninja was way too far forward after the fact and ended up just throwing his life away. Deathcap did a great job of just kind of pressuring, keeping in their face, basically saying, as soon as I get this cage cooldown again, it's going on you.
Pointing to Kangdor, but he has the ability to heal back up out of that. In fact, coming out on the one trade, but here comes Vizera. No. Flash for flash plus the Ignite. Kangdor with the kill in the 1v2. Vizera going to go ahead and pick the trade back up. But a trade to top laners, benefiting the top laner that actually got the kill. But Counter-Strike has TP, and that's going to be a CS advantage for Counter-Strike on the respawn.
Yeah. easy TP back, or maybe not. It's not going to TP back. I'm a little confused on that one. I feel like TP back would have been ideal there. I mean, granted, the wave's fine. It wasn't going to go in, but Wukong up there going to shove it. Should get there in time. But yeah, we'll be just walking back to lane here to catch that wave. Yeah, you take a look around the rest of the map. Like we said, very aggressive early junglers. Volibear, known for his very healthy clear and his ability to gank extremely well and be a very strong beefcake before anybody has any items. Wukong, very similar in his current state, capable of clearing pretty quickly and getting a lot of damage down on people, as that is a lot of damage on computer.
Light Binding Cupcake, plus a bit more damage there as well. Computer not going to be able to heal back up. Significant CS advantage for this Caitlyn Lux in the bot side of the map, and I mean, that's just the power of the Caitlyn Lux. Even with the nerfs that have come through to Lux, the lane still very oppressive. More oppressive than I would say even a Caitlyn Morgana can be, even up against this Thresh matchup. And they've gotten a 22 CS lead that's going to even out a little bit off of this wave crash, but Computer has to play behind his tower. Yeah, and this is about what you could expect out of that. The Lux and the Caitlyn are very scary, and especially after we see the 2-0 already on that Caitlyn. Has the pickaxe, really strong power spike on a champion that already can outpoke this lane really well. Now look at the CS differential on that bot side, 42 to 28. Computer, this is definitely a lane that is a struggle, but it's turning into a lane that is struggling way more than it really should be if Raytheon want to get something out of this bot lane. Yeah. 6-minute Drake for Amazon stock diff. They have a 1.4k gold lead. Mid prio as well as bot prio. Makes it easy to take. Ginger Ninja knows something's up. He's just going to clear some wards. But Mountain Drake over to stock diff for the time being. And the next Drake will be a Hex Tech, if I'm not mistaken, based on what I've been told about how the spectator client is still not fixed. Yeah, it is been a bit rough for a while. The Dragons have not been showing correctly, so the fact that we do see the Mountain again does say it is a Hex Tech. Ooh, unfortunate there for Counter-Strike. Predator top side. Got the Veigar ulti. They're going to hand it over to Kangdor and get back out of the way. I mean, he held the Veigar ulti, but needed to hold it a little bit longer in order to get a kill off that. But that's the power of the Predator. Okay. I'm actually more of a fan of the Mordekaiser getting the kill there, because Veigar's going to scale no matter what. He will become a menace regardless. Mordekaiser, if he wants to be a champion of worth, he needs to get that gold and make sure that he is a threat to this Urgot. Otherwise, he doesn't really provide anything for this composition. So I don't mind them giving this kill over to the Mordekaiser. Veigar, he's in a very crazy good state right now, and he'll do his thing regardless. Yeah, down about 10 CS in that mid lane, but that's kind of expected in the Ahri matchup. We count Veigar as a counter to Ahri, but really only post level 6. That lane phase, a little bit of a struggle, as Ahri has that range advantage, and the charm is ever so. And the wave clear. And the wave clear. The wave clear is very, very scary compared to Veigar. Can only hit 2 at a time with that Q, and so Quick's able to basically shove that in. Consistently always has the back timers as needed. Yoshi using the clone to dash in, and now here comes the game. Pull back to flip the wrong way around. First Cyclone lands, looking for the second. There's the knockup, and Kangdor, third kill of the game on the Mordekaiser. Meanwhile, bot side, land a light binding Cupcake on the Ginger Ninja. Comes back out, but here comes the Arcane Shift. Summoner Heal to keep Mino Haxer alive, and now Computer down very low. Cast pop the Summoner Heal, the flash for flash, trading the 80 carry for the support, but Ginger Ninja trying to get the hook back onto Muji, back under tower, and the ace in the hole for the double kill. Muji now 4-0 on the Caitlyn. And you can't shift forward into killing a Lux. If that was killing the Caitlyn, that'd be a different story. They'd at least have more of a chance of killing the Lux afterwards. But the Caitlyn is the scary person. She was already 2-0, had the pickaxe. You take Lux out, yeah, that's good, but it's not worth trading your own life for Ginger Ninja left alone afterwards. And a 4-0 Caitlyn has Gale Force at just under 9 minutes. Very quick pickups for that. And now this bot lane is absolutely steamrolling out of control. And the top lane, while they have the kills, it's not to the same level.
it's the even down in farm up on that top side, so Mordekaiser will be keeping pressure on this Urgot, but it's not like this Caitlyn and this Lux.
Yep. Vax takes him back into the ulti.
Too close. Too close to the tower.
Too close tower for the solo kill, but he'll take the stolen stats for the period of time that he has them. As this Volibear. And picking up Rift Herald, as we saw there. Now perfect neutral objective control thus far for Amazon stock diff. Minute 30 on the Drake, and I'm not sure if Raytheon Apollo actually will have the firepower to take that fight when the Drake comes back up.
Yeah, this is now a problem that needs to be addressed. Raytheon Apollo have kind of let this bot lane do its thing. They've been focusing on this top side. Yoshi's still focusing on this top side, but there needs to be some kind of answer, whether it be how Raytheon are playing this bot lane and just trying to sack things, maybe give that tower early on in order to allow for the Ezreal to farm safely, or you know, something else, bring pressure down, bring Deathcap down in order to get that pressure onto the bot side. But what is happening now is not working, and it's not going to change unless there is a massive change from Raytheon's actual strategy.
Well, you say bring Deathcap down, but Veigar's Power Spike is no longer Deathcap's second item. So,
No,
you know.
it still is.
I mean, if you're not going for the tank build, yeah. Ruden's Deathcap. Yoshi in a bit of trouble. The 1v2. Vizera flash forward, gets the stun to flip back out. Counter-Strike gets the kill on the Yoshi.
That's so bad for Raytheon too, because they put so much time and effort into getting that top side ahead, and now it's basically not entirely gone, but...
And final spark on the computer. No arcane shift. They're just falling apart for Raytheon Apollo. They're now 2.6k down at the 11-minute mark. They might actually be able to get first tower off of this Rift Herald. A little bit of an early pull, but they might be able to get the second plate out before the charge. No, they don't, so they won't be able to take down this tower. As Yoshi comes back in, we'll be able to clear the wave. Get 4 plates in the mid lane, 4 quicks. Just coming back in. Gotta be careful from the charm.
Yeah, if we can get a look at the gold values of these teams here, eventually, this is really starting to get out of control, because even though the kills in the farm are not showing it, like everybody for stock diff are doing so much better, especially like this Ahri after the plates. That gold value is through the roof. Even though it looks like it's close right now, Ahri's probably about 1,000 gold ahead right now, and that is gonna get really, really scary when they do start getting into team fights. Raytheon don't have answers yet.
Cage on the quicks, flash out, and it will be a jungler flash for mid laner flash. Meanwhile, Kangdor has the Realm of Death available to him, but he's a little bit too close to the tower for that solo kill. Goes in Realm of Death anyway, flashes. He's going to try to get the kill under tower, and he gets it with ease. Kangdor now 4-1 on the Mordekaiser, and that's the beacon of hope for Raytheon Apollo, as they do have a fed Mord, which does have the ability to take Caitlyn out of the fight, but you can only take one person out of the fight at any given time. Once QSS is built by Muji, a bit of a moot point.
Yeah, I mean, so with the QSS, that is then an item that you're forcing them to put the money into that, which is still great. Haxor not actually caught out, maybe was trying to get baited in.
Finding on the Ninja. Here comes Quicks! Gets the charm and the Q onto the Ezreal. Follow up on the Ninja. Double kill for Muji. Now 7-0. Great roam from Quicks. We'll pick up the second Drake of the game, that one being a Hex Tech, and we'll roll the dice on the stall. What's it gonna be, Thousand? What's it gonna be? It's gonna be Infernal this game.
All right, and that is terrifying, I think, for either team. If you can stack up a few of those. Caitlyn with Infernal, that's putting so much more damage on her siege potential. And then Raytheon, you got a Veigar with Infernals, and it would have to be 4 Infernals for the soul. That's a lot of extra damage on a champion that already, it gets absurd with damage.
Nearly 4K down, though, at this 14-minute mark, and the first brick goes over to stock diff right before the 14 minutes. So full plates for that mid lane. You know, Haxor roaming up top or to the mid lane. clearing some wards. As we look at the individual gold, and as you said, about 1,000 gold in the lead for that Ahri. Top side, 1,000 gold for the Mordekaiser, but the real story, bot side, 3,000 gold advantage for Muji over Computer.
Ooh, yeah, there's, like I said, about 1,000 right now for that Ahri as well, which isn't the end of the world, but it means that Ahri is keeping up with Vigar at the very least in the current moment. We do have Mythics coming through. You've got that Riftmaker in the top side and working on more. The Divine Sunder for the Wukong would be great. Essence Reaver on the Ezreal right now. I'm going to be real, I kind of would prefer something like a Triforce get a little bit more tankiness compared to what you are getting out of just getting their Essence Reaver. It's high damage, but with how far behind and how much you're getting jumped on, I think the extra health from that Trinity Horse would do a lot of good for you.
Yeah, but the Lifeline passive still very nice to have regardless. Caitlyn traps find Jinja Ninja. He goes down very low. Cage onto Vizera. Moving to the Predator. They're not able to land it. And in comes the Volibear. Gets the dunk on Jinja Ninja as well as the ult coming in. Cyclone, double Cyclone. Vizera tries to get out with the stopwatch. Computer gonna try to get the damage down. Does. They trade jungler. Mino hacks are very low. Computer, can he try to arcane chip down? Has to flash, but the Caitlyn's got too much damage. In comes Kangdor. Can't get the ult down. Ace in the hole to pick it up. Quicks with the kill. 4 for 1. And Raytheon Apollo are reeling. Stocktiff firmly in control of this game.
Stocktiff are just running all over Raytheon Apollo in these fights, and it's because of that early gold advantage that they've gotten for themselves, how much they've gotten from the towers, from the kills in that bot side. They weren't able to get the kill onto the Caitlyn, and if you let her put damage through in a fight, she's going to out DPS anybody right now. On top of that, they didn't have the Mordekaiser, the one person who was basically fed for Raytheon. So that is a huge misplay in terms of team fight selection. And with that Caitlyn now 9-0, this is getting just bonkers levels.
Completes the pickaxe, sorry, completes the
Collector,
not the pickaxe. Gets a pickaxe on top of it. Always nice to have extra damage and extra gold. As there continues clearing out his jungle. I mean, he's done his job as a Volibear, starting the snowball for the Caitlyn. And that Caitlyn, Lux lane, ooh, so tasty. Lux on the Luden's Echo as well, I might add. Very nice to have. Mujido caught Baby Cage, cleanses out of the way. True Shot Barrage into the Cyclone. Muji goes down. Dr. Deathcap shuts out the Caitlyn. That's 1,000 gold in his pocket. They're going to find Mino Haxer on the side as well. Flash a little bit late. Yoshi picks it up. 1,000 gold in the pocket of Dr. Deathcap is nice, but it's only enough to even him up with the Ahri. This Caitlyn still fed. A 600 gold shutdown on the table if they can kill her again.
Yeah, but Vigar with 1,000 extra gold is pretty good. You do like to see that, as he does seem like he's going to be going for that Deathcap next item. His Charm's going to hit on Jinja Ninja.
Yeah, no way out. Tries to flash. In comes the Volibear. The junk forces the stopwatch. Computer going to try to get the fall damage. Gets the summoner. He'll save Jinja Ninja. And Vizera now running away. The dash forward from Yoshi. Doesn't have the Cyclone available to him. Vizera's going to try to run out of the way alongside Quicks. Dragon spawning 18 seconds. Muji's back up. Raytheon Apollo has to try to make something happen. They need to pick before they can even think about the Dragon.
Yeah, so here's the nice thing. Ooh, Haxer getting
Mono
caught.
Spart, Dr. Deathcap very low, can't make his way back into the fight as Yoshi goes down, and the ace in the hole picks up the Vagar as well. Counter-Strike TPing into the fight. Now Raytheon Apollo, no way to contest this. Third Dragon for Stocktiff.
Yeah, Urgot ult going down for reasons unknown. Excuse me. But that will be another Dragon. That is sole point now for Amazon Stocktiff. And that fight coming out, ooh, it may not be over yet. No, okay, they should be fine. Unfortunately, with that Vigar getting caught out, that's really their big win condition. They need to be able to keep Vigar alive and make sure that he has that delete button.
Yep.
Lux died.
Yeah, going for the decap second item. I mean, this is a bit more traditional on Vagar, not the tank Vagar build that's become so popular as of late. But I mean, you're your team's primary damage source. Might as well go for that extra 30% AP off of the decap passive. So I'm going to set up around this Baron, spawning in about 45 seconds. Stock Diff are going to look for a 22-minute Baron, I'd have to expect, with the resets coming through.
Yeah.
And spot out Yoshi on this ward as well.
Yeah, so the saving grace that Raytheon Apollo have is no matter what, Vigar will be able to kill Caitlyn. And it doesn't even matter if you hit the stun on that, just get a Q, get an R, Caitlyn's in trouble. And Caitlyn is running that cleanse, so not going to have that heal either unless the Lux is nearby and able to get it on her. Yoshi, he's been caught in this position before. Ginger Ninja also, don't think that hook was what you wanted to do, buddy.
Tries to get the play away, but there's no way out. Muji, easy kill. 11-1 now on Caitlyn. Baron has spawned. Raytheon Apollo have the inside track, but they don't have a support in the area. Kangdor continues to push on this top side. Still has that Rift Maker, but he's still a full item and a half down. Item and 3/4 down, really, on Muji at the moment.
Well, to be fair, he's been sitting on this Rift Maker, like, he's been sitting on these exact items for a while. Is Vizera getting caught out? Deathcap running in.
Predator comes down. Baby Cage not going to land. The True Shot Barrage forces the flash. As Mino hacks her. Oh, he gets the light binding onto the Vagar. Ace in the hole. Light binding stopped by computer. It'll come onto the Lux. Excuse me.
All right, Finnick is choking, but yeah, that was a ill-advised, I think, from both these supports, being just too far forward and playing like they had more pressure on the map than they did in that area at that time. You need to have people to back you up. I get that you are a Lux that has a good amount of gold. You've been able to put that together, and you're a Thresh. If you can get a hook onto that Caitlyn, it's very big, but you've got to be aware of where the rest of your team is and how they can actually follow up on that, because you're not going to one-shot people at this point.
Yeah. Computer's stuck in the Muramana right now. Only a handful of skill shots away from getting that stack. As the IE coming in for Muji, a full item and the most expensive item you can ask for Muji to grab the positioning around this mid lane. Dragon spawning in about 2 minutes. I was expecting a 22-minute merit from Stock Diff, as they were setting up around that earlier. We'll see if they decide to go for it at this juncture. I think they're looking for a pick first, though.
I mean, the thing is, though, they don't even need to go for a pick. They can sack the next dragon and take the Baron instead. That is an option that they have available to them. As Ari pushing up on this top side, will be able to get that tower. Nobody really responding to this. They're just kind of sieging around it in the mid lane, seeing what they can get out of that. This is smart by Quicks, and Quicks will be able to get back down for that dragon then.
So Quicks has our producer's favorite item.
Shadow Flick.
Kind of a BS item in some words. Quicks, though, forcing the ult out of the Ari. The cage not going to land. At least no resets coming in from Quicks. Time being, True Shot Barrage cleared the midway for Raytheon Apollo.
Yeah, Computer also very, very close to getting that Mana Immune. We'll have that finished up and stacked in just a moment here. So now we are looking at an Ezreal that will start to do damage despite being behind with those abilities. And that is going to mean Raytheon Apollo is starting to hit that scaling point. The Vigar is very close to that death cap, and the Ezreal will start to do damage. We've already seen what the Wukong and the Mordekaiser are capable of doing. There's no hard tanks, so these bruisers are going to still be worthwhile. They're still going to put down some damage. It's really just up to, can they put that damage out in a way that does not put them too far at risk compared to the rest of their team.
Positioning for the team fight. Quick in the wings. They got the Caitlyn trap set up. Double light binding! Dr. Deathcap has to use the cleanse to get out of that one. Cleanse is down. Computer playing a little bit forward at the moment, but they're going to move out of the way as the dragon has spawned. Quick's on the side, though. Very careful, the flash forward from Kangdor and Yoshi. They find the Cyclone, but it's only onto Vizera. Yoshi, double Cyclone. They find the Baby Cage on the Counter-Strike. They take down Vizera, but Yoshi gets traded. Loses the Mordekaiser as well. Dr. Deathcap on the side of the fight. Quicks ulting back in, gets one kill. Deathcap trades it back, but still There's no way for the Vagar to
Dragon?
solo carry fight that
Dragon?
far. Dragon picks up the Caitlyn, 4 for 3. But unfortunately, Ezreal cannot steal that. Soul going over to Amazon Stockton. And they will get it at 24 minutes, winning that fight. The 13-2 Caitlyn, very scary at the moment. The decap completed on deck. Cap, can we get a stack check, Mr. Producer Man?
I mean, so we won't be able to get it until Vigar is alive. You know this. Come on, Finnick. Wake up. I need you to pick it up here. All right. But in that fight, it seemed like there was some communication, but to a negative degree. As we do have 207 stacks on
and
the
total
Vigar.
AP 662.
Yeah, this is a threatening Vigar now. But in that fight, we saw the Mordekaiser go in on the Caitlyn just as Yoshi was going in as well. The Cyclone, I don't believe, hit that Caitlyn at all, meaning that it was basically like, okay, we're going to go in at the same time. And 95% of the time, that's great. But when one of your champions literally rips them and pulls them into the Shadow Realm, there is not much you really are coordinating. So Raytheon, I think, need to be a little bit more aware. Let the Wukong go in first and then allow for the Mordekaiser to get that ultimate down and pull Caitlyn in. With her being low health, that would have been a much different fight. Mordekaiser maybe comes out on top in that.
Kangdor's got the Demonic Embrace, so nice chunk of damage for him, but still, QSS completed on Muji. Now you can no longer take that Realm of Death. Flash from Ginger Ninja. They got the baby cage. They find the Caitlyn. No, it's actually the Lux. And I am very bad at my champion recognition. Mino
They're
Haxor
both
goes down.
skinny, tall women. It looks the same from this angle.
Yeah, but
yeah.
one's blonde, the other wears a top hat.
Okay, but they're also like using skins, which makes it a little bit harder to recognize. Anyway, Counter-Strike also in the meantime pushing on this bot side. They may lose the Baron for this, but Inhibitor might get traded. I don't know.
Zera has ulti though.
Not gonna get it.
In fact, forced to use the ult to get away, but the flank comes back out. But Zera very low, getting choked up. A computer flashes. He's barely out. Yoshi gonna try to look for the
He
chase.
wants it so bad.
Yeah, but he's got to be careful. There's Caitlyn in the wings. Shield lance for Vizera. Yoshi doesn't know Muji's there. He picks up the kill.
He's
They
fine.
might feed that back to the Caitlyn.
He's fine.
Meanwhile, lost 2 inhibitors. They find Counter-Strike in the baby cage, and the shutdown goes over to computer. They've got signs of life. The Baron comes through in the nick of time. Raytheon Apollo still down a significant chunk of change in the 27-minute mark.
Yeah, a really, really rough time. StockDef do end up getting that inhibitor, getting both inhibitors down right now. Raytheon kind of okay with that though, because there's not much on the map for the next couple of minutes. Those inhibitors are going to come up, you know, at least reasonably when they are looking to try and get onto those objectives. So this does give the opportunity. Raytheon could just farm for free. StockDiff have to put themselves at risk in order to take advantage of these inhibitors being down. Raytheon, they're just going to continue to farm up, and Vigar getting more stacks, getting more for himself, as the Ezreal also starting to catch back up, has that Crown of the Shattered Queen, will be very, very tanky in terms of that burst not going to mean as much. If you do hit the light binding from the Lux, Ezreal probably going to survive that much more at least than he would before.
And Dr. Deathcap building in a second large rod item as well.
Shadow Flame.
Oh boy.
More Shadow
Everyone's
Flame.
favorite item on mid laners right now is that Shadow Flame. Meanwhile, a Banshee's Veil for Quicks.
Yeah, and I think some of that is just to avoid those random cages coming in or something like that, just to avoid a little bit of the damage coming through. Quicks is going to be one of the people trying to get onto that Vigar, so that does make sense from that aspect. However, I don't know if it's really going to be enough unless it's blocking like a Vigar of all things. Right now, like we said, Raytheon Apollo just kind of slowly pushing themselves out. Pretty safe, not at risk here, but Elder Dragon in a minute. This is when they do need to have those lanes out. They need to make sure mid lane and bot lane are shoved out enough that they can move into the Dragon Pit safely.
Baron buff falling off in 14 seconds, though. Raytheon Apollo can't really afford to reset this. They're going to have to anyway. They need items. Shadow Flame completed for Dr. Deathcap. Sitting on the tier, might complete that next, but still. Dr. Deathcap 4, 3, and 5. Can we get a stack check once again for the Veigar?
251.
794 AP. Very fun. You know, he has 100% AP scaling on his W. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little absurd. Remember, too, that the stacks... Oh,
Baby Cage on a Muji. Forces QSS out of the way. In comes Yoshi. They got the control of the lead. Muji goes down. The shutdown going over to the Ezreals. The TP comes back in from the top side. Caught the Baby Cage from Counter-Strike. They traded jungler for an ADC, but that's exactly the pick Raytheon Apollo needs to prevent this Salt from going over. So here comes Quick, lands the charm. They get the life binding on a Ginger Ninja. The support's down. Dr. Deathcap on the run from Mazera. Gets slowed, has to cleanse.
Yeah, they burned through both the cleanse and the QSS on that Caitlyn and still got the kill. That's very...
Quick splash charm! Good by Deathcap! Shut down over to Mazera as they got the two-man life binding. Charge back forward, computer goes down. Kangdor with the Realm of Death trades it back around onto the support, but there's no way out. Stopwatch from Quicks and the Souls. Amazon stock dip right as their Caitlyn respawns.
Yeah, and you can see the scaling is coming for Raytheon Apollo, but it's not coming to the same degree that they need it to come through. Unfortunately, this damage to Caitlyn, even without her, they're able to win these fights off of getting the crowd control down very well. The Ahri is putting so much work in, the charm there to make sure Deathcap died, basically nullified any opportunity there. And I'm going to be real, I don't think the Thresh is the pick for Ginger Ninja. There's been so many times that this Thresh has gone forward and ended up just getting caught out, getting killed, just for no real gain to the team. And I haven't seen anything from it that has been helpful to the point that will negate that. As we do check 864 AP, starting to really stack back up, but at the same time, these fights, they can kill one person. At this point, it's more than one person. They have the Ahri putting down some damage as well, and Caitlyn's still able to do... They're burning so much just to kill Caitlyn that the rest of the team not capable of following up on that.
Yeah. Speaking of the Caitlyn, now has got the Mercurial Scimitar. Building in towards that 6th slot. Yoshi caught by Alexi, but there's no follow-up from Stockdip as they continue to move in on this top lane. They'll pick out the T2 tower at the very least. Raytheon Apollo got to try to make a final stand some point. Don't have Baron buff. Baron's up in 10 seconds. Stockdip have so much lane priority, they can just take this for free, basically.
Yeah, and they can't be contested on it either because of the Elder Dragon buff. Basically not possible for Raytheon to walk into that, so they are going to be dealing with not only the Elder, but the Baron as well. Elder will start the timeout pretty shortly here, so they may not have to deal with both for very long, but man, these objectives have been consistently doing work for Amazon stock diff to basically nullify the amount of damage that can come through from a Veigar and an Ezreal in the late game.
Indeed, especially in Ezreal, it's only on 5 slots. The Veigar only on 3.5. Push in for this mid lane inhib, now going bot side. Raytheon Apollo no longer have to contend with that Elder buff, but at the same time, got to deal with these Baroned up minions. Super's coming down in the mid lane very soon for Stockdip.
Yeah, the wave clear still kind of a threat here. You can see Veigar able to clear
They
well.
land the charm on the Yoshi. Goes down very low. The exhaust goes back into the GA though as the Zera gets chunked out. Kangdor, Realm of Death on to Counter-Strike. Muji picks up Yoshi in the meantime though. The Kangdor goes golden. Gets out of the way of the final spark. They've lost 2 top laners and lost a jungler. But Deathcap and Computer are importantly still alive. They can still make something happen. Mino or Haxor are very low. Muji with the ace in the hole. Chunks down Deathcap for half of his health bar though. I've got to make this stick. The Baby Cage just helped clear the wave.
The clear is helping.
Ginger Ninja though caught by a Caitlyn trapping a charm. Quicks gets the kill. Both carries alive for Raytheon Apollo, but they don't have a lot left in the tank. They're on to the Nexus. Fizero goes down low. They weave the bullet, but the Ezreal gets chunked out by Mucci. And game one goes over to Amazon stock diff. 34 minutes, 32 kills to 22. That is what we in the business call a schlacking from stock diff.
Yeah, I mean, really, I think the biggest thing, though, is the objective control. We saw stock diff get a lead, not just from kills, but just from the fact that they were playing their lanes better. They were able to get the objectives off of that. They were split pushing. When we saw Raytheon in the mid lane there, they weren't doing anything. Meanwhile, Amazon up on the top side, taking towers, getting more gold, getting more control of the map, and we didn't see the same thing from Raytheon when they were able to get that extra pressure for themselves. So unfortunate for Raytheon, but I think they have an opportunity. We saw enough bright spots there to mean that I think we'll be able to get something in the next game. Raytheon, I think, can pull it back.
I think that's possible. I think they need to play around Death Cap, though, and maybe pick something else in that support area. This time they try playing around the top side, but a Mordekaiser can't really solo carry a game the same way that something like a Veigar can, or perhaps something else. We'll see what they decide to do in that mid lane pool. I'd like to see some Vex today. That is my goal, but first, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, game number 2, Raytheon Apollo versus Amazon stock diff. We'll be right back after this. Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome back to the Corporate Esports Association LAN tournament. We've got the upper bracket finals game, not final, yeah, upper bracket finals. Yeah, I got that right.
Upper bracket finals,
I got that right. Game number 2. Starting out, Raytheon Apollo has switched sides with Stock Diff, and we're about to get into the game. So without further ado, Raytheon Apollo now on the blue side. Orton top lane, Wukong jungle, Dr. Deathcap once again on the Veigar with Computer on the Caitlyn this time around, and Renata Glask for Jinjin Ninja. New champion, very hype.
I am very excited. I think this is going to work much better than what the Thresh did because you can play this a lot safer. Renata is not one who's going to try and get into fights. She's going to sit back. She's going to just try and put the shields on, use the hook to either peel or grab people, and then just back away. Ultimate, even on top of that, will provide a lot. However, we do also have it up against the Lucian Nami in the bot side. Really strong combo.
Indeed. Also got a Vex, a Kha'Zix, and Counter-Strike living up to his namesake with the Jax. You know, what is Jax's favorite game?
League of Legends?
Counter-Strike Global Offensive, obviously.
No, it's League of Legends
No,
because
it's
he's in
Counter-Strike.
League of Legends.
No, it's Counter-Strike.
You want to tell me
Let me have my puns.
You want to tell me that the only game Jax exists in is not his favorite game?
Yes, because then my pun wouldn't work.
That sucks. Regardless, we're getting the lane underway. It is the Electrocute Nami, so going to be a lot of damage coming through on that. You know how that works, right, Finnick?
Yes.
Cool.
Electrocute used to be this great item, or not great item, this great mastery, actually.
Oh, my God. Okay. You know how it works on Nami is my point.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
This isn't my first rodeo 1000. Yeah, you don't have to.
You didn't know what Renata Glask did.
Look, all right?
I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you out here.
Look, her ultimate is a great ultimate. It's called Winter's Curse, actually.
Oh, my Lord. Whatever. Anyway, lanes have started. Teams, like we said, have switched sides. And right now, you can see how good the level 1 from the Renata is. Because she shields herself while she does damage, she can be so far forward. The
Great
hook.
pull. Muji out of the way on that Ignite. Yeah, great lane presence from Jinjin Ninja this time around. Not having to deal with that double short-range matchup on the Caitlyn Lux. This time, they've got Computer on the Caitlyn. Very powerful ADC right now. Some would say Lucian a little bit more meta, but obviously mixed rank comfort matters a whole lot more than meta. As Counter-Strike's got this shove on the top side, 16-4, but Ornn is fine with that, all things considered.
Yeah, so this is pretty simple, straightforward.
Zera.
Zera, a little bit too far forward there. We'll back away. Tried to look for something there, but I think with the way that first bot lane fight went, not really capable of making that happen. And unfortunately, this does mean Kha'Zix kind of has to just play around that top side until things change. With Jax doing pretty well, does mean that Kha'Zix could play aggressive. He is not the greatest at just sitting back and farming, so he does want to try and make something happen, but he also does require setup for his ganks. He has no crowd control himself. His jump is not the longest either.
Ninja tried to find Jinjin Ninja, but Renata got too many shields for him. I mean, Nami's still going to be able to heal him back up with the ebb and flow. That's the great thing about Nami. Even if you're not having the best of time in lane, you can always do...
Pull it back.
Yeah, you can always pull it back from the brink. Yoshi, though, invading over towards the Krugs as Zera goes bot side. Will find Yoshi's Krugs if he so chooses, but he's looking for the gank. First blood bot side, though. The Nami actually picks it up on the Computer. Directed camera did not want us to see that. And Computer, no way out of this. No flash, no 9 caliber net. And we'll give it over to Zera. as that was actually traded back onto the Lucian for Muji. So 2 for 1 to the bot side. Caitlyn got a kill, Nami got a kill, and Kha'Zix got a kill.
So Lucian obviously not happy with that trade, but Kha'Zix getting some gold early on. He's another champion that is very focused on, hey, am I getting ahead early? If I can get ahead early, I can take over the game and just one-shot people consistently with that damage, especially with the first strike, giving that 10% extra damage when you do go in. Yoshi trying to take away as much of the jungle as possible in response to that.
Quicks, again dove on, flashes away. Already used the Ignite as well. Yoshi not even having to use his flash. Continuing to shove in the mid lane. Watch out for Decaps level 6. Quicks can be burst down very easily on the Vex. Not the most mobile of champions when she doesn't hit an ulti.
Yeah, Vex does not enjoy this matchup very well. Vex generally does better against melee-style mid laners. Bot lane fight.
Computer, nice pullback from Muji though. Zera making his way back down. Jinja Ninja very low as Computer tries to kite back out of the way. Flash forward from Zera. The gray health pop from Jinja Ninja. Muji ends up getting a kill as both the ADC and the support die. I say gray health pop. That's just the second life from Jinja Ninja,
yeah.
I should say.
The fight or die.
It looks like a gray health pop.
Well, it is gray health. Like, you're not wrong on that. You're just not necessarily correct. Regardless, it is the Renata going down, and once again, stock diff getting a nice lead in that bot lane there with the Lucian this time around. It didn't look great at the start, but the jungle pressure has pulled it back around.
Counter-Strike, though, top side. He's running into the wall that you run into up against an Orin at level 6. Flashes away from the call of the Forge God. Forced back. And in fact, Kangdor should now be picking up a bit of a CS lead off of this recall from Counter-Strike.
A good first pickup from the Orin, too, with the Warden's Mail. Just does a lot of work against AD-centric and auto-attack-centric champions. Very, very good. A lot of people used to go for the Bramble Vest, but Warden's Mail does more in terms of the actual damage blocking capabilities. So if you're not looking at a champ that heals, much better to go for the Warden's Mail for the early buy and make sure that you basically are no longer killable in that top side.
Yoshi setting up for the lane gank at the moment, playing outside of that vision. Ninja not able to make that root land. They're going to try to push this, put the Wukong into the second bush, you'd have to imagine. Ninja clearing out that red ward. Deathcap rubbing down. He is spotted out, though. Might look for the dive with the Cyclone. The way he's going to push back in, though.
Yeah, I think he just leaves here. They'll expect him to leave at the very least, and he currently is not. This is a lot of time they're putting into this.
He's got Predator boots. They're going to look for this dive now. The wave wasn't quite yet. Here comes Yoshi. Gets the Cyclone Flash. Double Cyclone on Amino Haxor. They pick up the first kill, but Yoshi goes down. Zera onto Computer. 1, 2, 3. In comes the Vex with the ult. Gets the fear onto 2 members. Deathcap flashes forward. Tries to find Amino Haxor off the pack. Gets the Granada Glass. Second chance at life, but still falls. Double kill for Vizera. The Counter-Strike top side in trouble. The Ignite comes down off the unsealed spellbook, and the flash from Kangdor seals the deal. So overall, it's a 2 for 3 across the map. With stock diff now 3K up at 8:30. Are we going to see a repeat of game number 1 here?
It's certainly looking like it this time. However, clarity where it is needed. Raytheon do, once again, scale extremely well. Caitlyn, Vigar, Renata, Ornn, so much team fight scaling, so much power built into that when when we get to those late game fights, even if they are behind, they have the chance to win it just purely off of how strong their composition is in team fights. Stock diff, much more skirmishy, much more looking for those picks and to just grab people, hit people, and go. Jinja Ninja.
The calling comes through, but not before the Summoner Hero. In comes Yoshi, gets the stun. Muji down very low off the Ignite. One more auto attack will do it. And Yoshi picks up the kill onto Muji. Now Mino Haxor trying to kite out of the way. Dr. Deathcap running in with a Predator as well. Mino Haxor knows he's not long for the world. The shutdown goes over to Computer. Unable to get a neutral objective off of that, but that is much needed gold for Raytheon Apollo.
Much needed gold and a great turnaround on that bot side to get in. Jinja Ninja basically baiting in there. It looked like it was going to get a little rough, but then came Yoshi. Yoshi turning that one around big time. And also a big thing, that trap Muji ended up just walking in on. Unfortunate for Muji, but great trap from Computer to basically catch that out and confirm that Lucian kill.
Quicks not going to get caught by the stealth cage from Deathcap as Zera unable to steal the blue buff. Yoshi with the smite just in time. They do have the Rift Herald as the play went down bot side, so they're going to try to get some more plates onto Quicks this time around. In fact,
Okay.
Quicks picks up Deathcap. No need for the Shadow Rush there to work. Actually did use it.
Yeah.
I just saw the reset on it. Get
Yeah,
some
great to
plates.
just immediately use it to help clear the wave just very fast and make sure they can back away then. So far, StockDiff are ahead, but I don't think they're ahead to the degree that we saw in Game 1. Vizera maybe trying to change that, though.
Jinja Ninja goes down very low, has to flash, goes into the second chance, looks for the takedown on the Muji, can't get it in time. Just barely, but the TP's coming in, Computer cutting back out of the way.
Vizera's dead.
Vizera's dead, a shutdown onto the Caitlyn.
no.
And Dr. Deathcap has TP'd in, he wants Mino Haxor, pop the Predator, looks for the baby cage, caught in a bubble, and Mino Haxor gets out.
That was not what StockDiff wanted there in that fight. They went super hard onto the Caitlyn after the kill and just not what you needed. Giving that shutdown over, if we can get the gold over there.
Mino Haxor caught in the baby cage once again. In comes the call of the Forge God. Mino Haxor goes low, goes for the tidal wave, but Quicks forced to flash, caught by the Vagar ulti. And the shutdown once again going over to Decap. 450 gold on the Vagar. That's enough to finally pick up their first first dragon of the series that got Baron last game.
Yeah, Baby Cage will get them out and make sure they can get that dragon very safely there. Counter-Strike also taking that top side, though, in exchange for all the pressure on the bot side. Warren level 9, remember it is the 14 there, as we are going to get a check on the gold. Check out the Caitlyn there, just now very nicely ahead of the Lucian despite that start. And also, surprisingly here, is Vigar a decent chunk ahead of the Vex. So this is looking pretty solid for Raytheon Apollo. They're starting to make that comeback happen.
Herald
Muji.
bot side, they find the bot line, onto Computer, goes into the second health, can't get Vizera down before the respawn can
Yoshi
kick
wants
in.
it.
They'll get the plates. Yoshi stopped out by a calling from Muji. And they nice pick up a couple of plates for StockDiff on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, that one was a much better dive. They had the target selection better to get onto the Caitlyn and then just get out before the rest of that fight happened. Counter-Strike also just really potent. Has not gotten back to spend that gold yet, though. As Deathcap's starting to get ahead here, starting to stack up really effectively. 87 currently on the stacks for the Vigar, and eventually Quicks just is going to be in so much trouble. Yoshi
Haxor caught out on the rotate. Quick is actually caught in a baby cage as well. Yoshi going to try to come back in through the tidal wave, the flash, plus the Cyclone. Quicks does not go down to the Vagar ulti.
just
Lots of cooldowns burned mid lane.
lots of cooldowns burned, and that is not the worst thing in the world because Raytheon, Dragon's not up for another 3 minutes. They'll have their objectives. They'll have their cooldowns up for their objectives and be able to make that work. See what you can get there. Vizera maybe going in. Yoshi's going to be able to follow here.
For Kangdor, they find the knockup though. In comes Yoshi. Vizera picks up Kangdor, but Counter-Strike gets traded by Yoshi. Both junglers with the kill, but Vizera a little bit deep. Going to try to find Yoshi. The dash forward. Vizera dashes back out of the way, able to take the blast cone to safety.
Yeah, a very clean escape there from Vizera, but it does mean just a trade of top laners. And with how Vizera was looking to make that work, they were definitely expecting a better trade out of that. So StockDiff kind of getting stuffed at a lot of their aggression that they had in Game 1 that worked so well for them. This time around, it is going to be a bit tougher, and Raytheon, they're keeping pace. They're 3,000 gold behind. Not the end of the world, but Ninjas do not want to add to that total. But right now, this is workable. Raytheon, they're okay. You get them another 10 minutes or so, they're going to be massive in terms of actual skirmishing and fighting power.
Dusk Blade completed by Vizera. Over the first item, Umbral Glaive, as you do on K6. With the Bork coming in for Counter-Strike first item.
Vizera is here. Okay. I was going to say, they do not want to take that fight.
I don't think you want to take it into Yoshi, to be honest. Deathcap trying to one away from Quix. Ends up getting the root, but he's caught in a baby cage. The follow-up from the Veigar root lands. In comes the TP. Muji in trouble. Ace in the hole. Stopped by Mino Haxor. The bubble does not land, but the TP was canceled.
Counter-Strike
Meanwhile,
got in.
in the jungle on the bot side of the map, there's a bit of skirmishing. No one dies. Nice stun by Counter-Strike to prevent Kangdor from turning that.
Yeah, so basically all of this means that you are just kind of stopping the aggression.
Oh, Nucci picks up Ninja, but it's traded back by Computer.
That's not a good trade for
Zero
Muji.
looks for Yoshi, but in comes Deathcap! Shut down to the Veigar, and now Mino Haxor's on the run. Tries to get a bubble, does in fact land it on the Computer.
Oh, no.
3 for 2, the Dragon spawning in 43 seconds. Both teams will reset in time as Counter-Strike just continues getting these hits on the Kangdor. Lands the Counter-Strike stun, goes unstoppable. Kangdor will trade back around, though, in the 1v1.
The aggression is great. I like the looks from StockDiff, but it's not working. They're going too hard. They're trying to get kills under towers and
Quix
unable
flashes the baby cage. Dr. Deathcap caught by the Everfrost, and Quix gets the kill.
That was a nice play from Quix there, expecting the baby cage and immediately going like, all right, I'm going to flash, but I'm going to flash in and kill you. You now have nothing to stop me from doing so. And very smart heads-up play from Quix. Will get the kill. Ninja, you're dead, buddy.
Unfortunate. Actually gets the root, flashes away. Maybe we spoke a little bit too soon. In comes Vizera. Goes into the second life. Pulls out the ulti, though.
Yoshi does damage right now.
Indeed he does, and I think that's kind of the issue is I don't think Vizera actually wants to take a fight with Yoshi in it, despite Yoshi being significantly behind in gold. Just so much power and control coming out from that Wukong. In fact, yeah, Yoshi showing up, peels him off the Drake.
Vizera hanging around, maybe looking for the steal. Muji wants to try and get him vision, but I think, yeah, they're just going to end up losing this one. And now Raytheon Apollo this game, able to get more objectives, more of a push in this early to mid game than they had last time around. They're keeping toe-to-toe. Once again, yeah, gold difference. It's still going in StockDiff's favor, but it doesn't feel like it is Raytheon. It doesn't feel like it is Amazon that are really in control of this game. It feels like Raytheon are the ones taking fights when they want to and actually getting ahead.
Right away, bot side finds Ninja, will pop down into the second life. Can't get the takedown in time.
It's a trade again. These trades are great for Raytheon. Every single time they will take a trade of 1-for-1 because it means that the game is scaling linearly for both teams, and Raytheon are fine with that. As long as they are keeping pace for pace with Amazon, eventually their scaling is going to be too much for them to handle, even if StockDiff have a 5,000 gold lead.
Indeed, and importantly, this Caitlyn now 7 and 6. That's a lot of deaths, but very far ahead of the 4 and 6 Lucian. The Veigar coming in onto his second item. This time around as a Phoenix Codex, so it's not going to be the decap second item for the Veigar. Fun times indeed. As Counter-Strike will solo out the Rift Herald top side.
I think the biggest thing that Amazon have going for them is this Jackson the top side. He's very difficult to deal with. He obviously can clear towers really well, and Ornn doesn't want to just spend the entire game countering out what this Jax is doing. He wants to be able to go forward and actually, fight with his team, and that means Jax gets free tower pushes here.
Haxor.
Predator.
Yeah, the Predator pop. decides against following up on that. On the plus side for Stocktiff is they have a Jax, but the minus side is the Jax hasn't shown up at all. And this has led to Quicks getting dove. Ginger Ninja goes down once again. Muji with the kill off the culling. Now the flash forward on the death cap of the blink in to the Cyclone. The baby cage lands into the ace in the hole, but the Vanguard goes down. And the ace in the hole is blocked by Mino Haxor. 3-0 for Stocktiff. And just as I was singing the praises of Raytheon Apollo, the caster curse is a little bit too real.
Computer, no.
Bubble on a computer. In comes Vizera, gets the summoner heal, trades back. The shutdown goes over to computer. Very nice to have. That means no Baron for Stocktiff. They might not even be able to push into this mid lane tower.
Yeah, so we were just saying, like, okay, Stocktiff, they get what they needed. They get a clean 3-0, and yeah, they cut it a little close, but they're able to at least get that trade and make it basically all for them. Then they tried to dive onto the Caitlyn, did not make it work, and they lost the ability to then push the tower. Counter-Strike is the only one getting tower pushes down right now, and he is really just the saving grace for Stocktiff. He's gotten so much local gold from the towers that he's been pushing. He still has that Rift Herald able to be put down and push even further. Raytheon trying to force these fights a little bit hard now.
Quick Everfrost onto Yoshi, lands into the Nami bubble, but they don't have any follow-up damage. We'll add Ornaments coming on the table very soon, or already has his. Take a look at the gold. So
yeah, we do look at the gold, and the big thing I just want to point out, look at top lane. Look at how much gold this Jax has compared it to that Ornn. There's no answer for that. Jax will be able to outpush this Ornn, and somebody has to deal with that. And if you send too many people, you lose Baron. If you send one person, Jax will almost assuredly beat them because he is so strong in the 1v1, and he's going to push these towers with the Rift Herald.
Haxor caught in a baby cage, goes down to the Vagar ulti as the call. The Forge God comes back down onto Muji, dashes back out of the way, but in comes Yoshi. Ace in the hole, picks up the kill. The shutdown goes over, but bot side, Rift Herald channeled by Counter-Strike. He'll pick up the T2 and say, thanks for playing mid. You're going to have to deal with this bot T3.
Yeah, so Raytheon did need to do that. They needed some answer, but as soon as they engage on that mid lane, as soon as they put pressure
Baby cage on a Counter-Strike, though. There's no way out. Rooted up by the Everfrost into the Cyclone. This might be enough to kill Counter-Strike, but he doesn't have a shutdown bounty.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care if he dies here because he's all about getting the towers.
Yeah. Top side. Gets the T2. That's 3 towers down in the span of about 40 seconds for Stocktiff.
This is what Stocktiff just kind of do better. They are better at working around the map. Their macro is very, very good, and Raytheon are making good engages. They're starting to make their team composition work, but Stocktiff, just every time Raytheon Apollo makes some kind of positive movement for themselves, there's always an answer on the other side of the map.
Tidal Wave doesn't do enough, and the back salt comes back in, lands a 2-man fear to Dr. Deathcap, goes goal, and the follow-up damage lands from Muji as they lose the top laner as well, but Quicks is caught out, goes down, the TP coming in from Counter-Strike, trying to make his presence known into the fight. Counter-Strike on Yoshi, gets the flash, 2-man stun, computer goes down very low, but he's able to trade back on Illusion, actually kills Vizera, goes into the Grey Elf, triple kill for the Caitlyn, does not get his second life as Renata Glass picks up the hostile takeover, only on to 1. The 4-for-4, and Raytheon Apollo somehow survived through that with a sliver of health on computer.
I am amazed that Raytheon are able to make that one work at the end of the day because it was such a good engage. 2 times it was a good engage. They had a great Vex ult into the Fear to then get a couple of kills off that, and then they had Counter-Strike come in, get the flash stun onto multiple people to confirm the kill onto computer, who is the person who needs to go down. And now, though, they still can't get more out of that because Yoshi survives and they trade 4-for-4. So all of that just kind of shows, yeah, Stocktiff, they can split push really well and they can make picks really well. But if it comes to a full 5-on-5 team fight, Raytheon Apollo are going to do better.
Shadow Rush on the Yoshi top side, comes into the first Cyclone. Quicks in a little bit of trouble. The dash 4-second Cyclone. It comes Vizera, but not before Yoshi picks up Quicks in the 1v2. Mino or Hacks are going to get an ebb and flow to keep Vizera alive, but still, nice plays from Yoshi, picking up that Vex, getting the Shadow Rush off of them, and I don't think they can take a team fight around Baron without Quicks.
Absolutely not. They cannot take any team fights without Quicks. Quicks is their team fight. If they have any chance at winning a team fight, it is because of a big Vex fear, and they are not able to get that if Vex is dead, obviously. But, I mean, this is kind of the power that Yoshi will have. The Wukong in a very strong state at the moment, able to basically 1v1 people really well, and will provide so much with the 2 stacks of the Cyclone that he does have. So, Raytheon Apollo is very much hitting that point where the scaling is going to be an issue. Dragon in 2.5 minutes, it is soul for Raytheon if they are able to get that, and that is huge for them because it is a second Infernal Drake for Raytheon, and they're going to also get
Second Hextech Drake, you mean?
Hextech.
Kangor, though,
right.
Call the Forge God, Counter-Strike knocked up. Yoshi comes back in with the Cyclone and the ace in the hole for the shutdown. 500 gold in the pocket of Computer as Deathcap finds a baby cage on Muji, unable to make the Everfrost land, but it doesn't matter. Double kill for Computer. And the Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. They can't pick that back up, but they might look towards Baron.
And they're starting to hit the point now where they can't even skirmish well because of the Vigar, because of how much range this Caitlyn now has with the ace in the hole to help. It's now really scary. Stock diff, I don't know if they have a way to win this game because the scaling has come full circle now. Like I said, like 14 minutes, 10 minutes later, or 12 minutes now, Raytheon are a threat, and Stock diff cannot go toe-to-toe with them anymore.
They're melting this. Quicks, though, has the way into the fight. Only gets the fear on a Ginger Ninja. The glass goal goes wide as Vizera flashes into the pit, gets taken down by Computer. The Baron gets secured by Raytheon Apollo. And there's no way for Stock diff to continue this fight. Hex Gate out from Kangor. And Raytheon Apollo now have the Baron. Baby Cage on to Counter-Strike. He's a little bit late, but the calling keeps Vagar out. Computer and Yoshi follow up. Deathcap goes golden. Muji should be able to kill Deathcap at the very least, but he's now caught in a baby cage. Goes down low, gets taken out. Double kill now for Yoshi. As the Call of the Forge God was channeled a little bit late, but still 3 for 1, and the Baron buff going over to Raytheon Apollo.
Yeah, Baron buff going over for Zera, not able to get into the fight, and Counter-Strike also at the end of that. Tried to jump as the baby cage ended, unfortunately jumped into it still just at the last moment, and that's what ended up causing the kill for that. Tidal Wave going to be burned, not hitting.
Zera chunked out solo by that first Cyclone. Second Cyclone hits. Mino Haxor has to flash out of the way. They're actually looking for the GG push right now. 13 seconds on this Lucian. They got to be careful, though. Quicks in does have the fear available in a couple of seconds. Zera jumps back in. Computer very low. Does have a Renata Glass to keep him alive for the time being, though. Hex Gates away! Quicks picks up Ginger Ninja. Flash out from Yoshi. And they only lose the support after a bit of a rifey GG push.
Holy moly, that is wild to see Caitlyn just get out of that Healy right away.
Wukong goes down. Stock diff will at least pick up their first Hextech Drake in the game. No soul for Raytheon Apollo. But I mean, this gold diff, it's been 3,000 all game long.
It's been more than that. It is closing. It is closing now for Raytheon, and they are getting a solid way to win this. And the thing is, look at this Caitlyn. This Caitlyn's going to back. She's going to have at least halfway to her final item here. Late game Caitlyn is terrifying, and she's been given more than enough gold to hit that point and basically ignore any kind of mid-game trough that she runs into.
Yep, and a Void Stone being picked up by Dr. Deathcap next up. Has a needlessly large rod as well, so we shall see what completes first. Sometimes you just want the raw AP, but the percent magic pen, always very nice to have, especially when you got an Edge Knight on Vizera.
Yeah, it's a very awkward build path too, because he has the tier as well. So he's kind of just sitting on, well, I need the magic pen, I need the mana, but I also want to build Deathcap. You're kind of just in a lose-lose situation of no matter what you do, you are basically stuck then with more items in your inventory than you have space for. Stopwatch has been picked up by computer. That can be really, really big because the only time we have seen Raytheon lose has been when they get that Caitlyn taken down before they are really ready for it, and Caitlyn now has an extra way to survive.
And a strike of the 1v2 bot side, and we keep the tower from being pushed. Baron buff has ended. Ninja on the side, though. Now, here's the thing about Renata. I've not seen one hostile taker that's had a big impact this game thus far. I kind of want to. I think hostile takeover is a really cool ulti, but the baby cage lands, and Computer goes on a rampage, picking up the Zera. Culling comes out, though. They pick up Deathcap in recompense, but in comes the call of the Forge God. Vino Haxor knocked back up. Yoshi looking for the follow-up as the tidal wave comes in. Blink in, gets the first Cyclone, the auto attack. Second Cyclone on the table for Quicks. Shutdown goes over to the Caitlyn, and it's 4 for 1. Raytheon Apollo now going to march into the base of Amazon stock dip. They're still behind in gold, by the way. They might actually end this with a gold deficit.
Nah, the towers should give them what they need in order to get that, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's just if the Nexus is dead, Counter-Strike gonna try and protect and keep those towers alive, but he will go down. Raytheon Apollo, they get the scaling this time around, and they're able to pull it away for game 2.
Yeah, they sold a gold deficit. 300 gold at the end of the game.
Amazing.
Pulling it back from a dicey early game. The series goes 1-1. And really well played by Raytheon Apollo. Want to give props to Computer on that Caitlyn, but really, I think it was the Yoshi show that time around.
Yeah.
Really well played on that Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, the Wukong did a lot of work to set up the rest. I think Deathcap's cages were a lot more effective than they were in game 1. And then you also had the Caitlyn getting ahead in what was a really rough bottom lane first time around. The Ezreal didn't work out, so they swapped. They took the Caitlyn away, and then they just said, all right, you know what? We're going to just try and scale. They had a couple of botched engages from Amazon on that bot side, and that was the opportunity that Raytheon needed to just go toe for toe throughout the game and keep themselves healthy enough to be able to fight in those late game fights.
Could not have said it better myself. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, game number 3, Raytheon Apollo versus Amazon Stock Depth Upper Bracket Finals. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome back to the CEA Live Upper Bracket Finals for League of Legends.
I had to think there for a sec.
Joined by the ever-lovely Thousand Eyes. We're going to get right into Game 3.
Yeah, Game 3 underway very shortly, and teams have gone, oh, I hear it, have gone 1-1 so far. We have a Zeri, and we have a lot of different champions here.
We got Zeri, we got Graves, we got Malphite, and the Urgot. That's a fun one. Once again, the Ahri and the Veigar matchup in the mid lane. This time no cleanse, though, as Jin Lux is the bot lane combo for stock diff. They've taken away the Wukong from Yoshi.
Yeah, so I like, there's a couple of things I like here. I like the Malphite pick a lot, specifically because Jin does not like going up against hard tanks, and Malphite wants to build that armor. So that is a huge thing, and that will make it really difficult in team fights. The other thing is I like the Summoner Spellbook for the Malphite. Comet, he's not going to poke out Urgot in lane. He's not going to take Grasp in order to try and trade 1v1
So long as he doesn't take Grasp in a 5-1, Counter-Strike is dead. Flash over, actually. They're not going to look for the flash follow-up. So I'll just be like, okay, we'll burn the flash, call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, that's big. That gives a lot of pressure release for Kangdor. He won't be able to basically go in on Kangdor and keep pressure on, and that's huge for Malphite until Malphite can start getting some more armor under him. I expect to see the Warden's Mail rush once again from Kangdor and just kind of be that problem there. They are going to start out, both junglers starting on the top side. Wukong not going to have as much of a leash because of the fact that Counter-Strike had to back after that.
Indeed. With that, though, those pass down bot going to be very important, especially with that Graves. Not one that we've seen a whole lot of recently, but still a fun one to cast nonetheless at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it because really Raytheon, they're doing the same thing they've been doing this entire series. It's scaling. And Graves, he's not going to look to gank. He's just going to look to farm up really well and just kind of hyper farm into being a secondary AD carry, kind of bruiser-ish frontliner for his team. And once again, Raytheon have so much power in these team fights. Stock diff have the skirmish potential. They have the pick potential once again.
Nope, the level 2. Computer caught by a light binding, forced back out of the way. At least he's a Zeri, he can play very far back in this lane.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Kangdor also getting thrown in here.
Yeah, gets the flip. Kangdor, he's by his tower, should be able to trade this out. Oof. I mean, that's the unfortunate thing. Yeah, like as you mentioned, you can't really go Grasp in this matchup. I don't like Grasp with Malphite personally. I'm a Comet kind of guy.
I agree, but there are, so I like Grasp in the context of WMax.
Yes.
Like if you're tank v tank and you're WMaxing, or you're up against a hard AD champion and you're just gonna max W and play like a coward in a not fun way, then yeah.
Meanwhile, light binding on a Jinja Ninja. Don't have a whole lot of healing in that lane. In fact, they don't have any healing at all. Kind of sucks. Vizera, though, looks for the invade, but he finds Yoshi. Both mid laners rotating down. This could be enough for the first blood. The advantage definitely Raytheon's side as Jinja Ninja playing up towards that tri-brush.
Yeah, Yoshi really wants to get this.
Baby Cage lands onto the Ahri. Quicks flashes out of the way, can't get the charm flash follow-up from Dr. Deathcap. As Mino Haxor makes his way in, gets the shield. Vizera comes back with the first blood, still goes over to Dr. Deathcap. As Mino Haxor gets chunked out by the Zeri, ends up falling 2 for 1 for Raytheon Apollo, and Vizera has to flash away. Great rotation by Computer to pick up the assist on the first blood, and then continue the fight. Jinja Ninja helping that one out as well.
Yeah, Computer now going forward, forcing the flash out of Muji. Now, I want to clarify. Yeah, okay, Amazon have better skirmishing. They need to play it correctly still, because they went forward and made that look like it was going to work out for them until they got really split. When they caught out the Ahri and they just full-on engaged on the Ahri, that's an easy win for Raytheon, and they were able to get that one down. They collapsed better and still kept the fight split the entire time. Raytheon could not move forward, or sorry, Amazon could not move forward to protect the rest of their team because Raytheon closed that gap first and made the fight better for them.
Ginger Ninja goes into his second life, and Mino Haxor picks up that kill. Unfortunately, no backs taken from Computer and Ginger Ninja, and they're going to end up losing on the CS.
Computer's
off the
in
edge
trouble.
Of that. Computer
Okay,
does
Yoshi.
not. Yoshi's here, though. Goes back over, gets the near sight. They're going to trade this one back onto the support. Mino Haxor flash forward from Computer, and Yoshi gets the kill.
Oh, and if they were level 6 right now, Jin would be licking his lips. He'd be ready to go for it, but unfortunately not able to do so. And that will just be the kill over a little bit too far forward without understanding of where the jungler was from Mino Haxor, and he gets punished for it.
Kangdor looks like he's 10 CS down, but he's not. This is a big wave, and Malphite has quite a bit of wave clear, so he'll be able to come back up just fine. Dr. Deathcap, meanwhile, even CS on Quicks. We saw this matchup in game number 1. What does Dr. Deathcap change going into the second game?
Nothing. I mean, look, the Vigar has not been an issue the entire game for Raytheon. It's been nothing but positive, really, for them, I think. And even into whatever matchup you put it in, Vigar is just good. The cage is always ridiculous, and he's going to scale up into being a massive damage threat for the enemy team. So I'm totally fine with them picking the Vigar every time they have the opportunity to. And look, it's going to do great into the Ahri as well.
I love how Renata Dr.
Okay.
Deathcap's dead. Well, I mean, that's just
I'm done, I guess.
level 6 on Quick plus Ignite. It is what it is. No baby cage up. I was going to say, I love how Renata Glass just walks with such swagger.
Yeah. She walks like she owns the place because she does.
It's great. You know, Haxor finds a light binding onto
Good
Computer.
damage.
Quite a bit of damage, in fact. Richie has the extra level, so hitting that level 6 first is going to be very nice for the Jhin.
Yeah, and this is kind of just what this lane can do. It's very similar to the Caitlyn Lux. Just so much range, and they could just keep pressure on. The bindings hitting those much more important.
Renata Glass found the root, though, and kept Mino Haxor from doing anything further.
Zera.
Zera's coming back down, yanks onto Computer, and goodbye, Zeri. Nicely done from Zera as Yoshi comes down, just clears out some wards.
I mean, look, that was perfectly timed as well. They had the Wukong jump in just
Mino
as...
Haxor spets way too close. Gets the light binding. Dr. Deathcap making his way down bot. Does not have the, actually does have the Predator. Gets the baby cage onto Vizera, but only onto the clone. And in comes the curtain call. Ginger Ninja.
Oh, come on.
The splash damage.
No, not even splash. They just didn't block it.
Right at the needle.
It doesn't have splash damage. It's literally they did not stand in front of the bullet.
Super Mega Death Rocket of splash damage. I was
like,
thinking of that.
I get that they wanted to move out of that, but that's one of those situations where they needed to just stand still, push your S key, and block it. Oh, that feels so bad for Ginger Ninja. And, I mean, Jin has to be very happy with that one. That's right, we do check in, Vigar. 48 stacks so far. Will continue to stack, but right now, with that win on the bot side, Raytheon maybe looking to go for an early dragon. Well, this isn't even early.
This is late for this
Yeah,
series.
this is late right now. As Amazon stock, their first dragon is the Ocean.
Quicks misses the charm on the Ginger Ninja. They find the pullback, gets the ultimate out of him as Dr. Deathcap can't land the baby cage.
Fine.
She has collateral damage up. Quicks jasters back in, finds Ginger Ninja, the flash out, stays alive through the auto, but Vizera comes in with Mino Haxor and kills Yoshi.
I don't understand why Ginger Ninja actually walked up there. That feels a little bit troll to go back up just as you saw her with the health at the level that it is. Had no backup, and then Vizera, once they were like, oh, we need to help Renata, immediately that gave the small opportunity for Vizera to dive in and cause havoc on his own front.
Yep. Computer now has level 6, but Uji still level up. Actually pops the Zeri ultimate, but the double root lands, and you know, Haxor picks up that kill.
Yeah. I mean, look, Jin Lux.
This looks a lot like game number 1 to me.
This looks a lot like game number 1, for sure. I do think that engage potential from Raytheon is better than it has been in any of the games. The Malphite ult will basically allow them to take a fight that they want, and they will still hit a point where team fights are just better for them. So I do think it's fine. I think it's okay, but it's still definitely a not great experience for another 10 minutes or so once again.
You know, Haxor picks up the glass bot side with the aid of a curtain call. As Yoshi's picked up his first Rift Herald of the series. Still, though, 3K down, 10 minutes. And Raytheon Apollo's been playing from behind all series long. Remember, they won game number 2 with a slight gold deficit at the end even.
Have they ever been ahead in gold?
No, they have not been ahead. Well, actually, they were at the very start of this game when they got the 2-for-1 trade.
Oh, that's true.
Blood.
Broke the streak.
Indeed. Either way. Top side, Kangdor is doing Malphite things, and Counter-Strike's doing Urgot things. It's great.
I'm a little surprised to see the immediate bombies. It's definitely better for the wave clear, but
He's got the slow on to Counter-Strike. Yoshi's here, get the smoke screen back up. Counter-Strike has a flip available. In comes the Unstoppable Force. And Yoshi picks up his 3rd kill of the game.
yeah, holding on to it until it is absolutely needed. I like that call. Ginger Ninja now has to protect his 80 carry. Nope.
Sir, and Quick's computer dashes over the wall, tries to get out of the way as Ginger Ninja. First Cyclone misses, second Cyclone hits as Muji finds computer on the side of the fight. 2-4-0 bot side for Amazon stock diff. Deathcap's going to get a play for that, but I'm not sure that's worth for Raytheon Apollo.
Oh, it is absolutely not worth for them. They do the tower, though, up on the top side. Might make it a little bit more worthwhile. They are going to get some tower plates there, and they may actually just take, yeah, they're going to take this entire tower.
That is, that's
no, it'll be half health.
They don't have to wait.
1 half plate left.
Yeah. Still.
Okay, cool. They're just going to tank it.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right. So Raytheon do get first brick. Very well played on that one. And I like this. This is not something we saw from Raytheon in any of the other games, too. They have macro. They're getting things when they are losing things on the opposite side of the map. It's not just a panic like, oh, what do we do? I guess we just wait till we can fight. This time, Raytheon taking some of the initiative for themselves and getting that first tower. And now, Malphite can help the team. Malphite can leave, roam around, and use that ultimate for that team fight composition that they have built.
That's we're going to lose this top or bot lane T1 eventually through this last plate. Dr. Deathcat making his way down bot. Walking fast because he's got Predator and he's homebound.
Sure, buddy.
What?
That's not even a pun.
I mean,
it's just a bad
song.
reference.
It's a great reference.
It's a good song, but the reference itself was not good.
No, the reference was great.
Anyway, we take a look at how things are.
Dr. Deathcap, Predator coming in.
Bind.
Light binding, final spark, no baby cage. In fact, looking for the Jin ulti. Deathcap gets out. The 4th shot lands on a Ginger Ninja. Flash forward from Quick. Gets the charm. Muji on a killing spree now as Computer's forced to dash out of the way. In comes the Zero. First milk up lands into the second Cyclone, but he still gets shut down by the Zeri. 2-4-1 though. Double kill for Muji. And they'll pick up the bot lane T1 to boot.
That was 600 gold going to the Zeri, though, and they do, once again, Raytheon getting plates on the mid lane here, so they're keeping up, and just, once again, the gold is staying stable when they're losing things on the opposite side of the map. The big thing is no objectives. That dragon not up for another 30 seconds, so Amazon just have to take the backs as their win from that fight. They're not getting objectives like they have in games 1 and 2 where they were ahead. So this is a different game. As much as it may not look like it from the score, it's definitely a different game in terms of the pressure and the presence that Raytheon have had compared to the other ones.
Yoshi, meanwhile, has an Umbral Glaive and an Eclipse. In stock diff, they have the inside track towards this dragon. Gonna start with that dragon stacking onto the mountain. Yoshi caught up, gets charmed as well into the final spark, and he is dead. Unfortunately, when you go for the lethality graves, you don't have a whole lot of health.
No, you do not. And yeah, Yoshi pays the price for that one. Tried to check in on that
Baby Cage on Amino Haxor, though.
Deathcap
Caught up by Vizera, and in comes the Unstoppable Force, gets the kill on Amino Haxor, but Vizera still trades on to Dr. Deathcap, support for mid laner. Worth it for stock diff.
Zeri?
Gets the damage onto Vizera. They actually chunk him out so low. Computer gets the kill. And Muji has the range to kite away.
So here's a fun thing about Raytheon's composition here. They have multiple champs whose auto attacks get blocked by minions or other things. Zeri's attacks get blocked by towers or minions. Graves' attacks.
Nice help from Quicks.
Yeah, goodbye. Digit dead once again. But yeah, there's a lot of champs here that you can kind of play in minion waves, and that makes a big difference in the terms of what the damage is going to look like on your team.
Indeed, it is. Peter gonna, get some CS in the mid lane, but he still is down about 50 CS over on this gen, as well as down 2 kills, and just 4 deaths to his name. Azera, meanwhile, 4-2-2, getting a better game on this Wukong than he got on
The Kazakhs.
The Kazakhs, I will say. I mean, the Kazakhs was a problem early on for Raytheon Apollo.
Well, then he dove into a tower and gave shutdown gold to the Caitlyn.
Yes. We remember that still. This time, Yoshi's on the do-or-die champion, playing that lethality Graves, right? Gonna hit that fall-off point compared to the Wukong.
Yes, but it does have decent gold going on because of the power farming that he can do.
On Amino Haxor, Zeri ultimate popped. Kangdor on the side, looks for the Unstoppable Forces. Vizera picks up the Rift Herald.
Easy kill there, too, from Yoshi. Had to flash over, but will get out, I believe, with the help of the team. Yeah, they do kind of have an idea that where people are. As this mid tower has been the bastion for Amazon. They've been able to keep it up for so long, and every time it seems like Raytheon try to siege for it, they end up getting caught out on a team fight. Jinja Ninja!
Quicks on the side, a Spirit Rush available, hasn't used it though. Jinja Ninja gets out just okay.
Yeah, good sidestep from Jinja Ninja to make sure he doesn't die on that one. And that is very, very important for Raytheon. They want to be able to have their support up, have had a little bit of issues keeping him up, so their vision game has struggled. Take a look at the vision score just between the two supports right now, and it kind of shows just how much Jinja Ninja has struggled throughout these games of, I can't stay alive to ward, and I haven't had teammates come with me to help me ward, whether it's a communication aspect or just a lack of being prepared.
Computer caught out. Trying to dash away, but in comes the Unstoppable Force. Vizera forced to try to kite back alongside that final spark, but he still gets taken down. Jinja Ninja with the kill onto Vizera. They've lost Quicks as well.
A great turnaround there as the big Malphite
TP from Dr. Deathcap. They're looking for more. Muji. Finds Muji in the baby cage. 1, 2. Looks for the third. There it is. Shutdown over to the Vagar. And 850 gold in Dr. Deathcap's pocket.
Starting to look a lot like game 2, Finnick.
Yeah, it is actually. Gold deficit down to about 1,000 between the two teams. It's been the closest it's been all series pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, just a good turnaround there. I was concerned when I saw Raytheon sieging and trying to make that work, but then when they got pushed back, Stocktiff did the same thing. They went too far forward, and then the Malphite ult came around to turn things, and finally they get some kills for themselves, Vizera and Quicks, and shutdowns going down as well. So Raytheon pulling back into this game from a gold perspective and definitely feeling fine going into the next couple of minutes. Dragon Hextech going to be spawning in just a second. Stocktiff should have this one as well. So this is what Amazon did have go well in game 1 and how they were able to pull ahead. They got a really solid Drake lead and snowballed that into a win condition with the Dragon Soul.
Unstoppable Force is up though. They land the charm, but it's only onto the Malphite. So continue moving in. The Dragon goes
Fight.
down, but in comes the rest of the fight. The
Vizera.
Grins get called into the 3-man knockout from Vizera, but he's dove a little bit too deep. Finds Computer, goes down very low, unable to get the kill before getting popped back out by the Gray Health as 2 other members of his team die on the front end of the fight. It's 3-0. Stockdiff come out ahead with the Dragon. Sole point for Amazon Stockdiff now.
Yeah, unfortunate there. They just were not prepped for that fight. Raytheon getting caught out a little bit there with the Vygar going so far forward, using all those cooldowns, and by the time they got in, Dragon was gone. They didn't have a real game plan for that fight. Haxor.
Yoshi finds Haxor. Still charmed up by Quicks, though, and an easy kill for the Ari.
Yeah, so Graves, though, getting another kill, another kill's worth of gold. And now, I mean, this is such a hard call to make because I feel like either team could take this away. They're playing to their own win conditions, and when they make that work, it's looking great for them. But Raytheon, they've been able to scale up. They've been able to stuff a couple of engages. Game 1, that didn't happen. Game two, Amazon Stockdiff didn't really get many objectives. They didn't get the dragons that they were looking for. They didn't get the, they got the towers, but yeah, the big thing was the dragons. This time around, Amazon are getting it like in the game they won. This is a mix of game 1 and 2, and it's looking like it may come down to the wire depending on how much Stockdiff are able to keep their lead and keep that pressure going, because Raytheon will scale out of control if they do just let this go to 40 minutes.
Yeah, but Dr. Deathcap, he's got 2 items now, has the Zonya's Hourglass to his name. I'd assume next is the decap, as he is his team's primary carry at the moment. Zeri still only on 1.5 items to the 2.5 from Muji.
I mean, Zeri, another champion that does scale really well. Jin obviously enjoys having that item lead, but Zeri, once she does get that Essence Reaver, that's really the big scary point for Zeri is when she gets that Hurricane. When she's able to use that across multiple people, that is really where her damage is going to go through the roof. And right now we're still going to be waiting a bit for that. We're also still waiting for the Death Cap on Death Cap. So Vygar just still scaling up. I think Raytheon are probably just going to be hanging on for the next couple of minutes until they're able to get those items going, and that's when Raytheon are going to pull the trigger and go all in.
Yeah, but the next Dragon is do or die. They only have about 2 minutes until that's up. They need at least a pick to stop this from being taken by Amazon Stockdiff. That Hextech Soul ever so potent at present.
Deathcap running forward with the Predator here.
Looks for Vizera. Jukes the clone. Finds the cage.
Cyclone burned.
Cyclone has been burned. Kangdor in here. There's the unstoppable force, and Deathcat picks up Vizera. It's the pick they need to stop this Dragon from going down, but a little bit early to make an impact.
Yeah, it's not the greatest. That is a big stop there. And look, once again, Quicks
forcing the TP
shoving
out.
top.
Mino Haxor very low to Yoshi, though, as Muji getting ganged upon by Kangdor and Yoshi. Counter-Strike, though, comes back in, picks up Jinja Ninja. Now Kangdor and Yoshi Counter-Strike out of the way, but Kangdor just does not have the health available to him.
Oh, my goodness.
And
yeah.
Yoshi, here comes Counter-Strike.
Oh, look at the damage.
Yeah, there's no way out for Yoshi. He's going to try to kite. In comes Muji. It's 3-4-1 now.
And that's so unfortunate because that is a death that does affect the Dragon fight going forward. Ari did die as well on the top side. They did get Computer up there and get the kill. But, man, right now, this is not looking good for Raytheon for the next couple of minutes. And with that Earth Soul, that is a lot of
Hextech
extra.
Soul.
Is it Hextech?
It's Hextech Soul.
Is it Hextech? Good
Second
Lord.
game in a row.
We talked about how that worked, and my brain just did not process it. Yeah. Well,
It's all right. Dr. Deathcap caught by a Final Spark, though. And Muji has picked it up. That is going to be a soul for Stockdiff. There's not a whole lot Raytheon Apollo can do.
Yeah, they're going to back away, though, and hopefully look for better fights on better days. Yoshi maybe going to try and sneak in here, but there are just way too many wards. There's no way he's going to get it. That is the Hextech Soul going over to Amazon Stock Diff. And now a team that already has a lot of burst, has a lot of pick potential, now has a slow and extra damage on every one of those attacks for a cooldown. This is Stock Diff looking strong. And I'm just wondering, are they going to close it out this time? That's been the big threat. They've not been able to close things out. Okay, they saw Graves. They absolutely saw Graves there. They made the ping. That's just going to be the back away. And
Yeah.
the other thing, too, is Stock Diff have such good vision control on the map right now.
Indeed, they do. Also at 5K now. Over on Raytheon Apollo. We're still waiting for Dr. Deathcap to get the ever-important eponymous item.
The titular item, as it would be.
I mean, titular, eponymous, both work.
I don't know what eponymous means. To be real.
It's basically the same thing. You know, Hackstar picking up Jinja Ninja's computer, gets chunked out by Muji. In comes Vizera. There's no way out of this one. The flash follow-up. Vizera picks up computer as the support's down. Muji on a rampage, getting Dr. Deathcap as well. Vizera's now on to Yoshi alongside Quicks. Comes in, can't get the charm, does get the Everfrost. Dashes out of the way. Muji's unstoppable. Gets the unstoppable force onto Vizera, but he goes golden. Goes down. Counter-strike. Nearly finds the Fear from Beyond Death, but there's no need. And an ace, a clean one at that for Amazon Stock Diff. They'll find the Baron.
They'll find the Baron and they'll find the inhibitor at the same time as well. So that's a massive win. Stock Diff getting exactly what they needed in that. And Raytheon just not prepared for that fight. Just constant pick after pick. You notice that wasn't a full-on 5v5. That was them going, okay, we're going to fight here. Now we're going to fight here. We're going to pull a fight over here. So many things that Stock Diff were just refusing to allow Raytheon to use their big AoE moves to get a win out of that fight. And now it is all but confirmed that Stock Diff will be able to win this game, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it was valiant effort from Raytheon Apollo, but they just haven't been able to find their timing. They had a couple close fights. They had perhaps some fights that may have turned the favor of the game had neutral objectives been up, but unfortunately the fights they won just were at inopportune times.
Yeah, just not able to capitalize on that in the same way, and also just still kind of waiting. The big thing with both the Zeri and the Vygar is you're waiting on very late item breakpoints. And Raytheon are still waiting on them.
Yoshi caught out. No need for the charm if the Everfrost hits. Quicks gets the kill.
And slowly but surely, Amazon looking to push this in with the Baron. They have mid lane opened as well. So they're just looking to open up all the inhibitors and then take them at a later point. It seems like Deathcap hanging on the side, looking for some kind of engage here if he can catch out somebody that is not paying attention.
Yeah, but Stock Diff playing this back, know the danger of a Malphite Vagar, but Counter-Strike able to split push in the top side. Gets the inhib. Quick's caught in a baby cage, though. Goals golden, gets out of the unstoppable force, and in comes Counter-Strike. This is not what you want if you're Raytheon Apollo. Getting knocked up by Vizera as the bot lane inhib goes down in a two-man light binding. Muji has left the game. Counter-Strike has left the game. Quicks has left the game. It's all over. I don't know why we got that. They're obviously still in control of their champions right now.
They don't want to play the game. They know it's done. They say, all right, you guys surrender. We're good.
It's GG. In comes the curtain call. Got one kill. 4 shot. Yoshi flashes. They land the light binding anyway. Goodbye. Jinja Ninja to fall. Another ace. and Stockdiff take the series 2-1.
Stockdiff take the series, and finally in Game 3, they're able to make the exact same thing happen that happened in Game 1. They got those objectives down, and they were able to make that work for themselves. So a great job on them, and they kept pressure on. And I think the biggest thing is, like we said near the end of that, is how strong they were when they kept the fight from being a full 5-on-5 team fight.
Yeah, playing the skirmish comp incredibly well, but that was only the upper bracket finals. Raytheon Apollo have a chance to get their rematch if they win their next series. Who will they be facing? We don't know. That's what we're going to do now. Lower bracket semifinals. After the break, it's going to be a bit of an extended break, but when we return, lower bracket semis, you won't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome to the Corporate Esports Association League of Legends lower bracket semifinals. My name is Finnick, joined by Thousand Eyes, and we got another BO3. Took a bit of an extended break, but now we are ready to go. I'm ready to go.
I had a delicious corn dog. It was very good. I liked it.
Understandable. Let's get into this game.
What'd you have, Finnick?
Bananas for Bezos from Amazon on the blue side. Shook Slayers from Google on the red side. Winner will face Raytheon Apollo in the lower bracket finals.
So we're getting these teams outside of the mid lane entirely different, and I'm excited for that because it's. I mean, obviously the mid laner is going to do the same thing as we've seen. It'll be interesting to see if, like you had mentioned before, this is going to be the more tanky Vigar build, or if it's going to be the just straight full AP that we saw Deathcap do in the previous series. But right out the gate, junglers, we're seeing less bruisers, more carry-type junglers, or at least semi-carry type junglers with the Lilia and the Viego. Lots of action can come through that from either side of that, really.
Indeed. Worth pointing out, new teams, time to introduce them. Dragon Gary in the top lane for Bananas for Bezos. On the Gnar, Kingmaker on the Viego. In the jungle, Decker mid lane on the Ahri. Logic not found on the Callista in the AD carry role. And Eyes Shield, shielding up the Callista as Karma support.
And on the red side, we have Shook Slayers, Transpiercer in the top lane, ZMAX in the jungle, Midnight at mid lane, Sofa King Easy in the AD carry position, and Boss R at support.
And might add, I'm a nano user. Sorry, ZMAX. It just is what it is.
You really wanted to make that joke, didn't you?
I mean, it was obvious. I had to go for it.
Anyway, junglers getting underway, both starting on that top side, both starting without the leash.
Hey,
so,
hey, at least I'm not a Vim user, because then you wouldn't
Anyway, I am doing analysis, sir.
All right.
But the junglers starting without leashes means they don't know entirely where those players have started in their jungle. So this does lead a little bit more insecurity for these teams. They're not entirely positive. They only know where their own jungler is.
Yep. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Ahri Veigar, what a surprise. One counters the other at a certain point in the game.
Yeah, more of the normal. I mean, mid lane is kind of a bit of a kind of solved strategy at the moment. And not to be unexpected as the hook misses, so they're going to go in. As Bananas for Bezos getting a nice little trade on the bot side. This bot lane, it really is just prevalent on that Nautilus hook. If the hook hits, it is very favored for Jinx. If it does not, that means it is an all-in potential here for the Callista, who can just run people down.
Great hook on a Logic not found, forced to blow the cleanse. The flash follow-up means first blood for Sofa King. As Ice Shield has the flash, gets out of the way. Burned Ignite, but no kills going the way for Bananas for Bezos.
I mean, look, that was just exactly what you expect, right? Right, just as I said it.
Yeah.
It happened. The hook hit, immediate win for the Jinx there. They tried to punish the Nautilus for the earlier hook missing. And unfortunately, that does mean the Jinx gets a nice start for herself on this top side. The Gnar, Camille, really does get a little scary for Gnar at the level 6 point with that ultimate from Camille. If that does get onto Gnar in the mini form, that means Camille can get a pretty solid solo kill up on that top side. But so far, it has just been trading back and forth.
Indeed, it has been. Transpiercer getting some trades on the Gnar as he do on Camille. You know, I still don't know why people pick Gnar into Camille, to be honest, but I'm also an LS fan, so I still don't know why people pick Gnar, to be honest.
Well, that's your problem. Anyway, I mean, look, Gnar obviously does have that team fight potential, can work really well in setting up for this Viego and this Callista to then do their job. ZMAX now.
Coming down bot side, nice hook lands into the root. Ice Shield down Kingmaker, a little bit too late on the Viego. And another kill going the way of Shook Slayers.
Yeah, funnily enough, too, I think just skipping some camps. You can see it in the farm. ZMAX has not been farming as much as the Viego, and just running down, trying to get over and help the team, and it works out really well. This bot lane now massively ahead, even if they don't get the kill.
Another hook lands into the root. Logic not found. Into the Jinx traps. 1, 2. Another auto attack from Sofa would do it. But meanwhile, Kingmaker has to get bossed.
Viego
Gets the reset. Looks for the hook on the Sofa. Can't find it. But he does land the root. Now Sofa in trouble. Callista has the auto. Can't rend yet, but Kingmaker's still there for the kill.
Yeah, Viego doing what Viego does best, and that is becoming other people and doing their job better. So a really nice turnaround there for Bananas for Bezos, as they do just kind of wait for the aggression to happen, and it was pretty telegraphed. I mean, I think they expected the Viego to be gone, but they telegraphed really hard that they wanted to go in on that, and all Viego had to do was wait for his moment and played it to perfection.
Indeed. Now 10 CS and a kill up on ZMAX. Feels good, man, for the Viego as Midnight is taking his first back to the Lost Chapter. Or not double Lost Chapter, double Amp Tome, excuse me.
Yeah.
We'll build into a Lost Chapter eventually.
Interesting to note, too, a little bit late for this, but the Nard did not get a starter item. Went Ruby Crystal into pots.
Up. Hextech Ultimate on the top side. A little bit too far under tower. The flash came in from Dragon Gary.
And now we are at the point, too, where the double Predator for Shook Slayers comes into play. Both the mid and the jungler had that Predator, had the boots now. That is if you thought the bot lane was already going to struggle, they're going to struggle a little bit more now.
Yeah, and they've got the rotations coming through. First Dragon, 6:30 for Shook Slayers. Next Dragon will be the Ocean, which is my favorite Led Zeppelin song.
Okay. That's cool, I guess. Happy for you.
It's early game. All right.
It's early game, so let me talk about my stuff, man.
I can make a pun or two. It's fine.
Okay. Anyway, the Dragon going over Shook Slayers, getting a nice start. Obviously, with their bot lane as ahead as it is, it's not to be unexpected. So you do kind of think, all right, well, what do you do now at this point if you are the Callista? Because Callista, not known for playing well from behind. And I think really the biggest thing is just call for jungle attention, call for this Ahri who's also capable of roaming pretty well, and see what you can get out of that. You can let Eyes Shield play a lot more aggressively because you have the Callista ult coming up, and that will mean that the Karma can just go super hard, go for those roots, and in a worst case scenario, you just pull them out.
I mean, always the case, but at the same time, you know, gold slightly in favor of Bananas or Beavos off of that 2 kills bot side for Kingmaker and his CS advantage. Also a bit of a CS advantage for the Ahri in the mid lane. That's to be expected in this matchup, but still worth pointing out nonetheless.
Yeah, right now it is,
Nice hook into the root, Eye Shield.
Too many minions.
Yep.
Unfortunate there, no follow-up for the Jinx to be able to be had, and that means that Ice Shield does survive that. And Boss R actually comes out a little bit worse for wear on that, as they will just back away and keep farming. Transpiercer kind of doing what Camille does best in this matchup, but that is kind of the scary part of this is, ooh, ZMAX actually looking to come in.
Has the Lilting Lullaby available to him, but he doesn't even need it. Hextech Ultimatum, he's going to try to hand this one over. But instead, Transpiercer's like, all right, Lilia, you got your shot. Takes the kill, gets out of dodge.
Yeah, so that's kind of the scary part, though. We saw how Gnar almost did turn that around until jungle attention came that way. Gnar went in, or sorry, Camille went in, did a lot of damage, but then had to walk out, and there's no way.
Oh, side, though,
no.
For Sofa. Gets the ultimate in. Flash out of the way from Sofa, though. Callista ulti. Yoinks him out. Kingmaker back in. And he picks out Sofa.
I didn't realize until this point that Viego was the one that got the combo with Callista.
Yep.
That's kind of wild. I don't hate it, especially because the the W passive, you don't level W a lot of times on Kalista. When you're playing Kalista, a lot of times you skip the W entirely until you have to put points in it because the active of it, not useful. The passive can be useful, but it's kind of, whatever. It's not what you play the champion for. So I don't entirely hate putting it on the jungler when you know that the jungler is going to be really influential in this game. You know, if it was just a like Graves jungle, it'd be a different thing. But with this Viego, you can launch him in now.
Z-Max coming topside with the Predator, Mega Gnar, but into the Lilting Lullaby we go. Looks for the dunk into the hook shot. Gnar hits the ulti onto both members, and Z-Max has to flash to get away from the tower.
Yeah, that got a little bit rough there. But Gnar very good at turning those ganks if you let him get back to the tower. And that is exactly what happened. The Lilia, Lilting Lullaby, too deep, really. Just no way to follow up on that without going under the tower, and that's exactly where Gnar wants you when he's in Mega form. Unfortunately, when it comes to ganking Gnar, it is very... You are required... Oh,
Decker,
Midnight.
Ult forward, flash away from the charm. Decker survives the baby cage, and Midnight survives the end gauge.
Yeah, Midnight definitely not having fun in this lane, but is going to survive and scale back up and be just as much of a threat as this Ahri into the team fights. Team fights are really where I'm looking for Shook Slayers to be more active here because we have seen them kind of go toe-to-toe right now, but in team fights, this team is terrifying. You have the Lilting Lullaby. You have the Nautilus ult to stop this Kalista, which is so crucial. You could just point-click, stop Kalista in her tracks, and then get the follow-up CC. So keep your eyes on Shook Slayers and how they are going to eventually maneuver these team fights.
Bossar face checking a bush into a Mantra W, but in comes Z-Max. They've got the damage. Sofa picks up Ice Shield, and now they're kiting back. Boss R running away from Kingmaker. He is ignited up. Into the Fate's Call we go, and Kingmaker picks up his third kill of the game. Meanwhile, mid lane, Decker caught in a baby cage as Midnight dodges out most of these kill shots, but the Foxfire still
dodged.
does a bit of damage.
They both just did not want to get hit by anything there and backed away. That was actually pretty impressive there. Yeah, bot lane, God, how awful does it feel to be the Karma right now, where you don't even have that. You don't even have the
Fate's Call.
The Fate's Call. You're like, it got put on the jungler over you. That has to feel really sad. It's working. I won't deny that, but it does feel sad. Sofa King.
Sofa in trouble. Randall do it. And Logic picks up the kill, but meanwhile, Bossar, depth charge not available. Can't lock down the Kalista under tower for long enough, and he'll just lose his ADC just like that.
Yeah. Ice Shield now, just going to roam around. Kalista, definitely capable of handling her own at this point. Has the lifesteal, has the tier 2 boots. Those are the two things that you absolutely need to make Kalista a worthwhile champion. And so she does have that. We're still waiting on the items. Obviously, the Hurricane is the big one for Kalista to allow her to hit multiple people and stack across all of them and get that Ren. So that's the big thing, but especially, like, she doesn't feel good to play until you get the tier 2 boots and that lifesteal, so you can actually go in, kite people around, and get those stacks on without dying in a fight.
Kingmaker spotted on the ward, trying to get this invade. This will be a 650 gold shutdown. If he goes down, Predator pops into the Hextech ultimatum, tries to ult out of the way. He can't do that through the Camille ulti. The shutdown goes for Transpiercer. Meanwhile, mid lane, Blink depth charge into the baby cage. They find Decker. Goodbye. He's able to dash out just in time, though. Bossar gets rooted up, but he's fine.
Yeah, the Vigar ult came out a little bit too early and did not have the damage down, but also didn't have the mana. So unfortunately, that was just a destined to fail gank, but they did get a lot out of that mid laner.
Transpiercer caught by an R into the stun. Shutdown for Dragon Gary.
Got baited in by the Narbar, saw how low the health was, but didn't respect how close he was to getting that Mega Gnar and the tankiness that brings. So unfortunately, that does mean Transpiercer does go down, but Dragon Gary has to be really happy now. This lane's starting to turn back around in his favor after a pretty rough start.
Indeed it was, but that's just what you call a skill gap. We're past 14 minutes, no pre-14 first towers this time around. Z-Max coming top side. Mr. Dragon Gary has the lilting lullaby, pops it.
No Mega.
In comes the TP from Transpiercer.
He's dead.
Dragon Gary flashes out of the way, but the burn from the smite is enough to seal the deal, and Z-Max picks up his second kill of the game.
And that's why it worked out great. No Mega, no chance of Mega coming through at all. And when you are fast enough to stick to the Gnar, even through the slows, through the hop away, that is a major threat. That's why Irelia is one of the biggest counters to Gnar, because she has the ability to get in on him regardless of the slows and the jump away. She can always hop in on him and stick to him really well.
Although at this point in time, Camille is
Ice
the better
Shield.
champion. Caught in the blast cone the wrong way around. Ice Shield flashes, still gets through it as Midnight comes back in, picks up Ice Shield. Z-Max hops over the wall, now hops back out of the way, but he still ends up falling. 2 for 1 thus far. The Ari's
Decker.
here. Looks for Midnight, able to get the baby cage to stay alive. Jungler's dead, as well as the support in the bot lane.
Yeah, an unfortunate blast cone to start out that fight meant that Karma was destined to die, and then Kingmaker did not have enough backup there. The Ahri coming around did force Midnight in, but because they were already focusing that Viego, they could not kind of collapse and turn in on that Vigar. There were too many people on the opposite side, and that just meant that there was no real way to protect the Viego going down.
Plants
Bossar.
onto Logic. There's no way out of this one. Ice Shield making his way back in with a Mantra E. Logic not found. Actually goes on a killing spree. Picks up the double. Well played, Ice Shield. Getting that shield off right in time for Logic to do the damage.
Yeah, and just missed timing. Once again, Bossar going in, not respecting the death timer of the Karma, and when she was going to be back, just said, I don't see Karma, let's go in. And so they did. Eventually, Karma did show up. And not only just that, but Jinx not using, lilting lullaby. Don't
Onto 2 members with the Viegos here. Kingmaker trying to dive in on Z-Max. Logic not found, just rends and gets the kill. 5-1 and 3 now on the Callisto.
The other thing about that fight in the bot lane earlier, as
in trouble, gets the Everfrost into the hook. Another W with a Primordial Burst, picks up the kill.
Okay, we're done. Can I talk now, guys?
Yes.
We good? Okay, cool. The other thing about that fight in the bot side, and I want to make sure that this gets changed later on. Sofa King was actually using the rockets the entire time. Did not swap to the minigun, even though it was close range and it was one person they were targeting. And that is not good. That is why the Callisto was able to survive and get the Rend off to survive. That really messed things up, and I think Sofa King needs to be a little bit more aware of which gun he is using in order to make sure that that kill can come through next time.
I said Shoot Slayers first back to the pit. We'll pick up the 3rd dragon of the game. Their second, it is a Cloud Soul this time around. Very nice to have if you have a Lilia on your team.
Yeah. Also pretty good for the Nautilus as well. Nautilus and Camille both enjoy that move speed, I think, just because then Nautilus hits the death charge. Even if they do dash away, he has the move speed to follow up on that. You look at the other side, though. Bananas for Business really do enjoy the Cloud Soul as well. I mean, Viego with Cloud Soul, great. The Karma can pretty much use it whenever she wants. And then the Callista and the Ahri, mobile champions getting more move speed by pushing R.
Yeah, that Mantra Inspire, lots of fun to have when you have a Cloud Soul.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of movement speed, especially you get something like a Shirelia's
Yeah,
with that.
yeah, exactly what I was going to say. You get a Shirelia's on top of that, and your team moves like no other. It is absolutely wild. Will be the Moonstone this time around, however, and I don't particularly hate that. I would rather see the Shirelia's. I think that's better, personally, but the Moonstone, it'll do work, especially to help with that Gnar and to help with the Callista. They want those fights to last a little bit longer and get that proc off of that to make sure that Callista is staying alive throughout the entire fight.
As someone who occasionally partakes in the Karma, I don't know what these AP and Enchanter items are. Tank Karma, the only way to play the hero.
Oh, God. God, that is terrible. That's awful. Why would you do that not only to yourself, but everybody else around you? Your team, the enemy team, like, you just don't like
Look,
people.
What no, I mean, it really wasn't that. It was more like I was on a team, and they were like, "You're playing Tank Karma now," so I learned Tank Karma.
Rift Herald going to be used mid. That's going to open up the tower. And his second tower taken down is the top and the bot, respectively, for Shooks and Bananas for Bezos. Important to note, too, it is the Kraken Slayer on the Viego, meaning that he is not going to be as tanky. He's not going to survive as long in fights, but he is going to do a lot more damage with the double hit on that passive after hitting somebody and marking them.
Indeed. And meanwhile, picks up a stopwatch. Might not complete the Zonia's Hourglass, but probably will before going into that death cap under the Everfrost. And once again, it's worth noting out that Shoot Slayers, despite being about 1,000 gold behind, how the better scaling. They got Lilia, Camille, Veigar, and Jinx.
Yeah. I mean, literally everybody on there, even the Nautilus, scales pretty well for a tank support in the late game. Does not have the Aftershock, so will be a lot squishier. One of the big things that made Nautilus such a strong tank support, we'll get to that in a sec, though, because the fight's breaking out.
Max pops Predator into the Lilting Lullaby. And the Baby Cage plus Depth Charge follows up. Gary's dead, but Sofa gets dove in the mid lane, but in comes Transpiercer. He's going to try to get launched, but not that, but he keeps getting kited around his own ulti. Kingmaker with the kill.
You're not locked. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Logic Not Found was not scared of the Camille at all and able to kite him around the entire way through. Really great mechanical skill there from the Kalista. And that does mean with the pressure on the bot side and the death in the mid lane, that does mean that Baron will get taken by Bananas for Bezos, so they are going to get that one pretty cleanly. It is a Kalista. They should have this without any real threat.
Yes, double smite, very fun to have on your team. More fun when it's Shock of Support that has the smite.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Stop.
Smite Ignite,
Stop.
Shock of Support.
No,
Never
no,
forget.
no. Shh.
Never forget.
No, look, Finnick. I have spent all of less than 24 hours with you, and I'm already considering going home.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Anyway, Dragon spawning in about 30 seconds here as Shoot Slayers there are down about 4,000 gold. The Veigar still scaling up. The Jinx does have the Kraken Slayer, but I mean, look at this Kalista. We got the Wit's End. Looks like we're getting some tank here. It will be the, oh my goodness, why am I blanking on the tank item? Not Frozen Heart, the other Warded Mail item.
Yeah, that other item.
I can't remember it. Why is my brain bad?
Got a Wit's End as well. Very nice to have against
I said the
Veigar.
Wit's End.
Yeah, you know, you forgot to mention the Immortal Shield Bow, though. As the mythic of choice. Either way, 4,000 gold in the lead for Bananas for Bezos, and they're going to pick up their second dragon of the game with that double smite. Very nice, very quick objectives clear.
Z-Max, no,
He's
you
way
just
too
saw
far
them.
forward, greeting for his grump, into the blink Gnar, and Kingmaker gets the kill.
That's a straight up just not okay mistake there, because you saw them take the dragon. You can see how many people assisted with the dragon there. I don't know. It feels like a really, really poor decision to then go for the Gromp after that. But that will mean now that the tower goes down. Baron still helping them out, and Transpiercer is taking the enemy wolves.
Yes.
That's not a trade I would...
It's called split pushing.
That's not what that is called.
It is a strategy on Camille. I thought we've gone over this.
That is not what split pushing is. Holy moly.
He thinks he's playing Dota and therefore thinks he can farm the jungle. Either way, Bossar caught by a death charge, but Dragon Gary blinks in, gets the 3-man Gnar ulti. Still goes down as Z-Max is able to run disruption on the fight.
Z-Max is live.
Transpiercer comes back in with Aztec Ultimatum. Double kill for a no on a Kingmaker. The Everfrost gets the kill. And Disaster strikes for Bananas for Bezos. They'll trade back Transpiercer, but Logic Not Found should
still alive.
fall. He's still alive though. Has Red available to him.
He wants
dodges away
Hello?
from the Jinx traps. Caught in a baby cage. In comes Z-Max. And an ace for one for Shoot Slayer.
Oh, man, he was feeling himself. He wanted to go in on that. That is not an okay fight to go in on, buddy. That is a little bit too much. You cannot 1v4. You are not that kind of Callista. But ultimately, yeah, the delay on that fight, the baby cage, the back away, the fact that ZMax was able to survive and stay away from the rest of that team fight. Massive turnaround there for Shook Slayers, and that closes the gold gap to just about 2,000 gold. So at the end of that, yeah, they lose the inhibitor. That's not great. That's not ideal. Baron will be spawning in 244, so it will be just about back up. But it does mean Shook Slayers get to farm pretty effectively for the next couple of minutes, and it does mean that they are catching back up with that Void Staff on the Vygar. And they have the Kraken Slayer and the Phantom Dancer on that Jinx. That is starting to be threatening, and the scaling is coming into effect for Shook Slayers.
Midnight 4-0-4. Went for that Void Staff second item. Still holding on to the stopwatch. So this is going to be the full AP Veigar again. I'm sad we don't get Tank Veigar this series, but, you know, there's always time for more. Love me some Tank Veigar.
I expect if we get super late in the game, we'll probably see it. But most likely just going to be the full AP. I mean, why not at this point? There's no... The Gnar is the tankiest person, so you're really not looking at anything in terms of, like, if you build full AP, you just kill people.
Pretty much. That said, they do have Demolish. And chunk out this top T2 for quite a bit. Meal splitting on the bot side. Decker was marked, but no lilting lullaby from ZMax as I continue this push.
Yeah, their siege not the greatest here, as Gnar does go back and forth. Viego obviously not good at all with sieging, and then you look at Callista, very short-ranged for an 80 carry compared to the others there. That does mean Shook Slayers, once again, they're just stalling out. They're waiting for the next objective. That's the big scary thing for them. They've been pushed into their side of the map for so long, they don't have any access to the other side of the map, and they need to be able to push forward to try and get the Baron. That's why ZMax is clearing out Vision now, trying to get with his team so that they can make sure they can walk into their own jungle safely and be ready for this Baron fight in just over 40 seconds.
All the while, Transpiercer's been split pushing like a demon in that bottom lane. Get a recall in, might actually end up picking up his third item pretty soon. Already has that Ravenous Hydra and Trinity Force. Instead, gets that bot lane T1, continues the push. 26 seconds on the Baron. He does have TP, but he won't have an item advantage going into this next fight.
Yeah, also do want to point out, this is a much beefier Lilia build than we're used to seeing.
Oh yeah, Frozen Heart.
Yeah, this is, well, Frozen Heart, the Rift Maker as well, and the Zhonya's. So a lot of tankiness built into that Lilia as opposed to the burn style that you usually see. This does give them much more of a front line because they realize, I'm not the damage threat here. That's Jinx and Vygar. That's what they do. All I need to do is be a front line and make sure that my team is able to walk forward enough to get into the fight.
Transpiercer, meanwhile, looks like he's going to trade the objective. Just soloing out on this dragon. Bananas for Bezos has no vision on him. And they're unwilling to start this Baron. This just might be a free Drake over to Shook Slayers. Bananas for Bezos starting this up now. ZMax sees it in the pit. They now have the TP up from Camille. Plus they're on Soul Point. Bossar charmed up. The Baron's only 4,600 gold. There's the go button. Bossar ends up getting Eye Shield with Sofa. ZMax goes into the pit, goes golden, trying to get the snipe fight versus Kingmaker. Still goes down into the Viego, but the baby cage lands, and they got the double kill onto the Ahri. Logic not found, ends up falling as well. Kingmaker with a reset, but it's 2 for 3, and he has no help. Gets the ult back out of the way, but 4 for 2, and Dragon Gary runs, but he cannot hide. An ace for Shook Slayers. They get the Soul Point, and they get the Baron.
Yeah, a great turnaround there for Shook Slayers. A good engage to eventually get that one in, and they get onto the Karma, and immediately there is no hard confirmation on the Karma. Bossar turns over, pushes the R button onto the Callista, gets her knocked up, and basically takes her out of the fight. She's not able to ever get in and hit anything throughout that entire time. Kingmaker did what he could to try and turn that back around, got a bunch of resets, but unfortunately not enough there. Great Zhonya's too from the from the Vigar to make sure that there was no extra death, because that could have been another reset, turns into even more. So great job all around. Shook Slayers turning this game around extremely well, and now have a 3,000, 2,000 gold lead for themselves.
And it's only going to get bigger. They've got the scaling. They have the Death Stance on Transpiercer after that recall, going into a Guardian Angel as well. Zonu Hourglass completed on Midnight. Now it's the juncture. Does he go for the Death Cap, or does he go for perhaps some beef? I'd like to see the Death Cap this game in particular. We got the Baron for another minute and 55 seconds. We'll see what they can do with it.
The Frozen Heart may be the better option, but I like watching people get popped. So I'm hoping for the Death Cap myself. Regardless, overall right now, it is a massive lead for Shook Slayers. And not only that, not only do they have really better team fighting, but they have that split pusher. They have the Camille. I don't think there are many people that can really answer her unless they send multiple.
In this game, you meant? In
this game, yes. What? Do I need to explain everything for you? Can you not use context clues?
No.
God, okay, whatever. Yeah, we're going to take a look up at the empty jungle there. Thank you, Brennan, for that one.
Blame the producer. That's always a great thing to do. Especially when the producer's right there sitting at the table being like, oh yeah, I hate you guys.
Look.
Great.
Hey, don't mess up then.
As we take a look at the gold here.
Yeah, as we take a look at the gold here, Brennan. There we go. Thank you.
That Callista's still ahead, but only just barely. Everything else coming up, Shook Slayers, as they pick up a kill on Ice Shield on that pick. Still 28 seconds left on the Baron. They're going to get the T3. Baby Cage lands into the Lilting Lullaby. They picked up the Gnar. Now onto Logic Not Found. Midnight is now dominating as Kingmaker tries running onto the back line, but he can't get a kill, can't get a reset. Double kill for Sofa. And with 11 seconds left on this Baron, 4 members dead. Shook Slayers are going to go for the end.
Yeah, and a pretty clean end once they started getting their composition rolling there. So Shook Slayer's doing a great job overall. I'm really honestly impressed with how well they were able to kind of stifle the bleeding that they had in that first part of the game, and then take that and turn it into something more. They got the Lilia going, and I really do think that the fact they went for the beefier Lilia build made a massive difference, because it made it that much longer for them to... So because they were ahead, if Lilia went for the squishier build, she just dies in fights.
Yes.
Whereas now it takes a little bit longer. You don't get the resets. You don't get the kill for the Callista to allow her to move forward more. And that means Jinx has a bit more time to do the damage that she needed to do.
Could not have said it better myself. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, game number 2, Shook Slayers versus Bezos.
Bananas for Bezos.
Bananas for Bezos. We'll be right back after this. After the break. Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome back to the Corporate Esports Association League of Legends lower bracket semifinals. My name is Fennec, joined by the ever lovely Thousand Eyes. We're getting ready to go with game number 2 between Bananas for Bezos and Shoop Slayers.
I'm ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
Look,
We're loading on to the ref. Transpiercer and Shoop Slayer is now on the blue side, playing that Urgot, the Lilia again. This time Midnight's on the Ahri, the Sofa on the Kaisa, and a Rakan for Boss R. Meanwhile, Bananas for Bezos. Poppy in the Toppy. Kingmaker on the Jarvan, and a Vex counterpick into the Ahri for Decker. With the Callista Nautilus this time for Logic Not Found and Ice Shield.
Oh, yeah, and I like this level 1 here. The Nautilus is actually taking a bit longer. They're going to get spotted, so it's not going to work out. But, I mean, I like the Poppy pick here a lot. Not just because of, you know, the Ahri and the Rakan are the obvious ones, but the Kaisa ult can get blocked by that. The I think Lilia W actually counts as a dash, so that will also get blocked by that. And then Urgot, obviously in the matchup, the big thing that Urgot does is he dashes onto you and then just throws you over his shoulder. And if he doesn't do that, it becomes a lot harder for him to win that 1v1. And Shoop Slayers now have a lot to worry about when they do go in on this. Meanwhile, they're running the Callista again. I'm curious to know whether or not this is going to be another matchup with the jungler looking thing, or if this is going to be you pair up with the Nautilus, because there's a little bit more that you get out of pairing with the Nautilus. He can fly in and do a lot with that, as opposed to a Karma who doesn't even really want to be in. We'll see how that works out. ZMax?
I mean, it doesn't want to be in if you're playing Enchanter Karma.
Yeah. As it was. Once again, context clues. Kidding. ZMax actually going to take the Raptors right from under the Jarvan's nose, but Jarvan not known for liking to do Raptors, so I don't think he's going to miss them too much.
No, he is not. In fact, going on to his blue buff, as you do. ZMax, meanwhile, also onto his blue buff, doing what you do on the Lilia.
Yeah. Oh no, the Grand Preset. Oh, that feels so bad. He doesn't have Smite either, so I don't know if he can actually do the Gromp without dying. We may see a death to monsters here if he tries to go for that. No, he's going to go for the Wolves instead. I think that's the smarter option. A little bit more damage spread across, and you get that Omni Vamp to make sure that you are staying healthy throughout that and go from there.
Glacial Augment Nautilus is a fun and balanced combination, don't you think?
It certainly is.
Remember when Nautilus was a top laner? Those were the days.
Remember when he was created to be a jungler and they very quickly realized that having a jungler with 4 different ways to crowd control people was not a good idea?
Yes.
Anyway, Nautilus, I mean, look, he's going to be happy in this lane. He likes going up against the... Oh, yeah, there you go. There's that trading we want to see. But, yeah, he loves going up against Rakan because he can just keep Rakan in place for so long. So he does not have any issues in this lane. And with a Callista to follow him up, any and all hooks can be very quickly deaths.
Always the case. Meanwhile, a flash flip from Transpiercer. Tries to get out with the steadfast presence. Gets the flash out of the way as the charm lands onto Decker. And then mid lane with the flash into the ignite. First blood for Decker.
Even if we end up seeing Dragon Gary die here, that was worth the flash to make sure they got first blood on that.
Brand entrance. Logic not found. That's fine.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's not a problem at all. But Dragon Gary does end up getting out of that, and they get the first blood in the mid lane. That is huge. That is massive for them.
Indeed it is. But nice for Bezos. Gives them a nice 500 gold advantage at present.
Yeah, right now, this is what the bot lane's going to turn into. Walking forward becomes a task in and of itself. So that will be a major, major problem there.
Indeed it shall. Already has a bit of a CS advantage for Logic Not Found in this lane matchup. Kai'Sa, of course, does have a bit more like game prowess than the Callista, but obviously this comp not scaling nearly as well as the last game's comp from Shoot Slayers. Minister Bezos, meanwhile, have their own scaling option in the Vex. They got more late game this time around.
Yeah, I wouldn't really consider Vex an incredible late game champion. Gonna be real. Bananas for Bezos, I think they still
I'm not saying she's the best, I'm just saying it's more scaling than they had last game. Meanwhile, though, Bossar caught up by an Ignite. In comes the Jarvan. Flag and Drag unable to get any sort of knockups, though. And it's just some cooldowns traded bot side.
And honestly, that's great for Shoot Slayers because any gank that Jarvan fails in the early game is a major win for them. It means they don't. The longer the game goes, the less worthwhile the Jarvan is going to become, especially when you look at how many people can just get out of the Jarvan ult here. Anybody from that mid to bot side is able to just kind of get out of it without anything super major. Kai'Sa does have to burn the ult to do so, but if she's getting engaged on by a Jarvan, she's probably going to want to use it anyway.
Yeah. Either way. Dragon has spawn, neither team positioning towards it at the moment, as it is a Mountain Drake first of the game.
So do check around here. CS advantages. The Jarvan actually out-farming the Lilia right now. That will change the later the game goes on. Lilia does have a bit of a rough early clear, but will eventually be really fast in clearing that jungle. And then you look at the mid lane and how much the Vex has kind of had control of this area here. First Dragon looking like it's going to get taken by Bananas for Bezos, as there isn't really a great option for Shoot Slayers to come and check this one. So Bananas for Bezos keeping the pressure that they have to have on in this game.
The double smite gets it. And next Drake will be a Cloud.
Yeah, so we're looking at, we still have the Hextech Soul possibility. We have the Infernal Soul possibility, Ocean Soul possibility. There's a lot of really interesting options here that could come up in the next couple of minutes once we do know what the Soul will be. Right now, though, it is just a kind of slow-paced game, something that Bananas for Bezos don't really want. They obviously do have a lead for themselves, but 600 gold at about 7 minutes for a team that really does not compare in the late game is a little scary for them.
Indeed, it is. But at the same time, small leads can snowball pretty quickly. This is League of Legends after all.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. It's just I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, how do we pressure this more? Because right now there is nothing in terms of extra pressure coming through that is happening. The Jarvan has gone for 1 or 2 ganks and has not made anything real with that. And that is what Jarvan is really good at. There's a reason Jarvan is one of the champions that can do a buff and gank, and that's a legitimate strategy as opposed to most other champions.
Yeah, that level 2 cheese on Jarvan is very nasty. This Kingmaker clears some wardage around the Pixel Brush on the top side.
Vex is farming very nicely, but once again, it is just going to be a scaling issue of Ahri's going to have so much crowd control capability of getting on. So, Logic Not Found does have the tier 2 boots, is ready to go for that. Kingmaker now going in.
Flag and Dragon on Midnight, can't get the knock-up. Charmed up back, ends up getting the Cataclysm for Emax. Decker in with the Void Rush, gets the kill.
Yeah, and so that is just a clean pickup there. It's just 2 split up from Shook Slayers, not able to get in together and focus one person. And once there was that same focus from Bananas for Bezos, it was a very easy win for them in that fight. And 2-0 on this Vex now. Does have reset potential, does have the ability to start popping off here in this mid game. One good fear can absolutely turn fights around here.
Indeed, it can. Logic Not Found. Also, the Callista has level 6 now. Fate's called the Nautilus to his heart's content. He hasn't really backed for anything other than his boots. Doesn't have the lifesteal yet, but once he does, it's going to be very dangerous. Strike and carry gets out of a Predator gank top side.
Yeah, Lilia also still has not made much impact, but that's, once again, okay. She's fine, just keeping the farm up. continuing to match that and just being more of a presence in that late game. Obviously, like we saw from ZMax in game 1, very comfortable on this Lilia. Rift Herald going to be used on the bot side here to try and get some plates for this Kalista because they realize she needs more. She's only got about a 10 CS.
Bossar comes back in. 3-man knockup into the charm, but they can't get any follow-up damage from Sofa. And the Rift Herald goes down regardless.
Yeah, so an ultimate burn for nothing there. Boss R unfortunately not getting anything, and that means Kingmaker can come back around. No Cataclysm for the Jarvan just yet. So that extra damage won't be there, but Logic is definitely hoping to get more and more out of this. The plates are going to help a lot, but Dragon spawning in a minute, and I really think they wanted to take that tower for that.
106 on the Drake. In comes the Shadow Rush. Midnight tries to get out. Flash follow-up. A little bit late for the reset, but it doesn't really matter, as it's now a 3-0 Vex.
Yeah. I mean, holy moly, that is a strong Vex.
Flash grand entrance on a Logic not found. Caught up by the Lilia, gets the lilting lullaby. But finally gets the kill. Ice Shield in, but here comes the Cataclysm. Finds Sofa, finds ZMax. ZMax goes down. He's able to trade back under the support, but here comes Decker. Grand entrance on the Kingmaker, flashes out of the way.
Yeah, Decker didn't end up hitting that skill shot, didn't hit that one either, so Sofa King will get out of that okay and be totally fine on that one. But man, this game just constant back and forth here. Finally, Shook Slayers get a little bit of something for their trouble on that engage on the bot side, but not, I think, as much as they wanted. They get the push, they get the reset, and now see, because we are kind of just waiting for Evolves. Kai'Sa not going to be much of a threat to this Kalista until the Evolves start coming through, and we're going to be waiting a little bit for a couple more items for that.
Meanwhile, Logic not found. He's got the Vamp Scepter. So he's now big chillin'. 2 longswords and a dagger to his name as well. Coming online is the Ballista.
Yeah, another dragon taken here for Bananas for Bezos. Does mean they are on track for about a 22-minute soul. And that is a pretty solid one. Ocean Soul as well. And with how long they want these fights to go with the Kalista, that's terrifying. Ocean Soul on Kalista is a pretty good thing to have.
Oh, it's a very good thing to have. What? Healing? That's definitely... Oh no, here comes Bossar, gets a 2-man charm, bomb side. Sofa and ZMax and Midnight are all here. They'll pick up Ice Shield at the very least. Flash roll from ZMax into the dunk. Gets the kill. 2 for 0 bot side.
Yeah, so overstaying their welcome on that bot side after taking the dragon. And Shook Slayer's able to capitalize on that. Now they're going to get some plates as well for their trouble. So that gold lead Bananas for Bezos had is just gone directly off of that fight there. Like we said, still have the dragons that obviously will not show up in the gold counters here, but this is a very, very concerning position for Bananas for Bezos to be in.
Indeed it is, but they're saving grace. They have a Fed Vex.
They do. They do. And that can set up the rest of the team even from behind. She's going to do enough burst damage to be a threat, and she's going to provide that crowd control to allow for Kalista to move up, for the Jarvan to follow up on that as well. So despite that being... Vex is in this weird spot right now of she's really strong and can pop people by herself, but she can also set up fights extremely well, and she's going to have to be the pivot point for Bananas for Bezos.
Indeed, Immortal Shield Bow coming online very soon for Logic Not Found as the Kraken Slayer is completed for Sofa. They're playing topside now with the Jarvan and the Vex.
Yeah, so right now, Bananas for Bezos just maneuvering around, and look at how they're pushing around right now. It's very clear that they are comfortable with the jungle.
Caught by Dragon Gary. Kingmaker here. Flag and drag. Doesn't even need the Cataclysm. Decker gets the kill off Shadow Rush.
Yeah, this Vex is basically become just more than the utility. She is the entire DPS of Bananas for Bezos right now, and they're playing to that well. Right, you're not going to win that off of long-term fights with the Kalista right now because she's just not in a position to do so.
Flag and drag onto the Ari, into the Everfrost Cataclysm as well. And another pickup Kingmaker getting his first kill of the game.
Yeah, great job on that one as well. Now we're starting to see the pressure Bananas Cervezas need to have happen, and they're making it work pretty well for themselves. They want to get a couple more dragons, and we'll be able to do so.
Nice steadfast presence, keeping Transpiercer off the Poppy. Meanwhile, Kingmaker picking up a Rift Herald, second of the game.
Second of the game, and hopefully opening up more towers. We've seen what Bananas for Bezos have been able to do once they have map control. You know, just getting in on that Lilia and getting that kill by itself on top of just how much they've got into the enemy jungle and made them pay for that. Ice Shield now in trouble.
Charmed up by the Rakan. In comes the Lilia, but doesn't have any follow-up. Kingmaker will flag and drag out of the pit. Gets off with the Rift Herald.
Yeah. So now using that Rift Herald is going to be very, very important for Bananas for Bezos. They want to be able to use that to get more gold, and specifically, I think, get gold onto that Kalista. Vex is doing fine. She doesn't need more. They want Kalista to get off the ground, and they want her to be able to actually get into these fights, and she can't do that while still waiting to build her first item of the game.
No, she cannot. And that Immortal Shield bow spike definitely worth waiting for. As the Vex currently in firm control of this game, tempo-wise, Decker has been playing out of his mind, building in towards a Sonya's Hourglass second item.
So it's interesting, too, to see how Decker didn't want to push out that lane any further, specifically because Dragon is in 30 seconds. So with the state that that lane is kind of going back and forth, and you can see Ahri waiting to make sure that wave does not meet the middle of the lane, and they want to make sure they can get in on the fight for Dragon pretty easily and rotate out of that.
Pushing in along this mid lane. Dragon up 13 seconds. Bananas for Bezos looking at Soul Point. They can grab it. TP coming in from Transpiercer though. Bananas for Bezos clears a ward. Now moving in. They have the inside track. Midnight on the bottom side. Has that Predator, or not Predator, has that Electrocute Ahri going.
Midnight might be a little caught out here if they can't get to his
Dragon
team.
Gary looks for him. The rest of his team coming in. Lilting Lullaby onto 3 members. Someone goes golden. It's Decker, but in comes the Fate's Call right back into the Cataclysm. And they've already gotten Z-Max Midnight on the run from Logic Not Found, but he can't out-kite a Callista. And Sofa now running away, has to flash. Flash follow-up from Decker should be enough for the kill. Cathyan Rain does a little bit. Dragon Gary ends up picking up the kill credit. And the third dragon of the game, and Soul Point for Bananas for Bezos.
It's Soul Point for Bananas for Bezos, and specifically I think there, Decker was not taking the kills. I think it's very important right now for Bananas for Bezos. Okay, they're going to die.
Nice dive. Ice Shield still dies, but you trade out for a top laner for support. That's always worth it.
Absolutely, and yeah. So Decker didn't get any kills until that last one, but that's really great because Decker's fine, doesn't need more money, and would rather have his team actually have the funds to be able to do more with that and actually participate in these team fights where they haven't been able to yet. So it's ideal for them. Obviously not a choice you can really actively make in the middle of a hectic team fight, but it works out, means now Logic Not Found will have a little bit more money, and the Jarvan as well, to make sure that they are now as a full group a threat as opposed to just one person.
Indeed. Ballista still down a bit on the Kaisa in terms of items. See if we can get a look at the gold here.
Yeah, so looking at that gold, definitely still down about 600 gold. Not the end of the world, however.
Look at this Vex.
Yeah, that was going to be my next point there. 5,800 to 8,100 gold. Now, it is important to note that in Ahri's current state, she can be fine from behind because she has so much utility. She's going for the Charm, then the Everfrost. She can dodge, dip, dodge, dash around, and be fine with that. But it definitely means that her role is no longer DPS in this game. She's never going to be a DPS mage. She's never going to out DPS even this Poppy. and it's more important that she has that charm up to get onto the Callista or onto the Vex to make sure that she cannot actually do anything in that fight.
Rift Herald forced to be popped top side. Ends up going down before he can get a charge off, but Baron's up in 8 seconds. And
So we see the Shirelli is finished by the Rakan as well. So now a little bit of extra move speed for the Lilia and the Ahri to dive into that back line here. So they're just going to keep adding on to that. Top lane, they're making sure is shoved in. Baron is on the menu for either of these teams. Bananas for Bezos, they do have the opportunity to sack that next dragon and just go straight for the Baron if they want to. They're not going to miss one dragon, even if it does mean that they're not going to get that soul. But I think they would really like to have that soul in their pocket, because Ocean Soul, with this team that they currently have, is going to do a whole heck of a lot for them.
Indeed it is. I didn't realize Transpiercer is using the only good Urgot skin,
Which Urgot skin?
Pajama Guardian.
You know, I don't know why I asked.
What? It's the best Urgot skin.
Okay.
What?
Look, if I had really sat down and thought about it, it's the exact answer that I would have expected from you. And I'll let you take that how you will.
What does that mean, Thousand? What does
However,
that mean?
you know, whatever you want it to mean, buddy.
Kingmaker, bot side, flag and drag on a Transpiercer. Gets the flip back onto Kingmaker, but the Cataclysm seals the deal with Dragon Gary getting the stun up against the wall.
Did not get the damage onto one person, was spreading it across both, and unfortunately Urgot really would rather have that on just one person for that ultimate and then move over. So Shooks do unfortunately lose that Urgot for the next couple of seconds. About 3,000 gold differential right now with that dragon spawning in about a minute. I have a feeling that's when our next major team fight is going to be.
Instead, Bananas for Bezos clearing out the vision top side. They don't want to give up the Baron. They can help it at the very least, even if it means souls for them. But they are pinging down towards that dragon at present.
I shield taking the Raptors. Not entirely certain about what that one is.
Nautilus was a jungler. What are you talking about? You can take Raptors.
Yeah, not the biggest fan of that. I can understand it from a damage support perspective, but Nautilus does not have a great jungle clear.
This is an NA Baron from Shoot Slayers. Dragon Gary spots it out, though.
The desperation is already there, I think.
Yeah.
They recognize that they are not in a great spot currently, and they are going to have to be a little bit more careful about how they play through this next couple of minutes.
Coming in with the quickness. It's a two-man knockup. Fall with the charm, but in comes Kingmaker. Gets the Cataclysm onto 2 members. Those supports are dead, but Kingmaker's gone gold. The rest of his team is reeling. The Poppy Hammer comes down, gets Transpiercer out of the fight as they pick it up onto the Ahri.
Decker.
And Sofa running away from Decker. In comes the reset. Triple kill, gets the first proc of the ult onto Transpiercer. Looks for the second, just waiting it out. Comes the Flag Attack from Kingmaker, and Decker doesn't even want this kill.
He lets him live for now, but Bananas for Bezos, a clean win on that fight, and just Decker is terrifying on this Vex right now. Anytime that ult hits somebody, they're just going to die. It's basically a mini Nocturne ult at that point.
Yes.
He's just going to fly in, pop him, get the kill, and keep moving forward. And that does also mean that that is Ocean Soul for Bananas for Bezos at about 24 minutes, which overall is a pretty solid time for a Dragon Soul, and they are all very happy about the current state of this game for themselves. They've got to wait a little bit longer for this next fight here around the Baron, but they will reset, spend their gold, and come back out on the map even stronger than before.
Mortal Shield Bow, Wit's End, completed for Logic Not Found. He's coming into his own over the Callista, but he's still behind in items over Sofa. It really boils down to the top half of the map for Bananas for Bezos, just playing so well this game. 2-0 and 10 on Kingmaker. Didn't make the plays as early as we wanted him to, but has been instrumental in the plays that have happened in these last 10 minutes.
Yeah, has been very, very important. The Cataclysm has created so much pressure that they're focusing on the Jarvan, which means that Vex is capable then of walking over and getting the ult down, able to turn things around from that point. The more that Shook Slayers just focus on who's in front of them, the better it's going to be for Bananas for Bezos.
VMAX trying to make a play top side. Ice Shield making his way up. Logic and Kingmaker playing in the wings, but it's a 4v3 right now. In comes Decker, the TP in from Dragon Gary, and now they're on to Transpiercer. He gets knocked up, and down goes ZMAX. Transpiercer next to fall off the flag and drag. Dragon Gary goes on a rampage, and they'll be on to the Baron.
Yeah, just pick after pick after pick. Bananas for Bezos, more than happy to take that, and that does mean Baron, and that does mean even more power for this team here. They have so much standing gold, too, to go through here, because they have so many towers. That top lane towers tier 1 still up, and all of these outers here are still available for Bananas for Bezos. It's not looking great here, Shook Slayers. They are just kind of up against the ropes for the time being, and I don't know if I really see an easy way out for them.
I don't see an easy way out for them at all, especially, I mean, 3.5 item Vex, about to get that Void Staff too. And even though this is the tankier Lilia build with the Riftmaker into the Zhonya's, ZMAX just hasn't had the same level of impact that he did in game number 1 on this pick.
Not at all, and I think that comes mostly just because the mid lane went so sour for them. It gave the opportunity for Decker to help the rest of his team. It just got out of control very, very quickly. I think the Ahri maybe not the best option then to pick up for Shook Slayers and go for something a little bit different. I mean, like, look, Ahri is a great champion, but when you're up against people that seem to really have a handle on how good she is and how much she's going to provide to that team and know how to play and pick around it, it's starting to look like you need to find something else.
Yep. Perhaps Vagar. Midnight did very well in it last game. Just saying. Poppycopter coming down. And Pump fakes it. As they move on to the mid lane tower. They still got a minute and a half on this Baron buff. The inhib goes down. Gonna push off, move down bot.
Clean, quick, and easy for Bananas for Bezos. Going to back away, move down to this bot side, and force the answer from Shook Slayers, as they will just have to watch super minions pour into their base for the time being and keep them out, as that will be tier 2 going down. This is the influx of gold that we were kind of talking about too, with all of these towers finally going down. More money going over to Bananas for Bezos, and that's full team-wide gold as well.
Poppycopter channeled. Does not land, but they take down the T3. They're on the inhib as well, so 2 inhibs now down for Shook Slayers. For Bananas for Bezos, they're like, all right, we got 30 seconds left on this Baron. Let's just reset.
Yeah, take the 2 inhibs, back away, spend the money that you have earned off of these advantages that you've gotten for yourself. And now that's just going to be Bananas for Bezos, I think, just grouping together for the final push here to fully just break Shook Slayers back and then take us to a game 3.
Hurricane completed for Logic Not Found. That's a fun one on Callista. More Ren targets. It's great.
As if she wasn't threatening enough.
I mean, Kai'Sa, still 3 items. It's not like Kai'Sa doesn't do any damage. The issue is just doesn't have any setup at the moment. Sofa has just been a non-factor all of these fights because he has no way to do the damage that he needs to with the rest of his team. No good lilting lullabies, no good charms. The Rakan's been negated by Eyes this entire time. That just leaves an Urgot engaged, which kind of gets negated by Poppy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if there's a real option for Shook Slayers to get back into this game post. Obviously, barring some major player mistake. But from a compositional standpoint, this is a done and dusted game. And that does mean Bananas for Bezos are hoping and desperately pleading for a mistake from Shook Slayers.
12 seconds on the Elder Dragon from Bananas for Bezos. So they have the inside track here. Both top laners playing top side, but Dragon Gary going to TP into the pit. Sofa on the side, gets some damage with the McCarthy and Rain, but now both top laners are making their way down bot. Here comes Dragon Gary in with the engage. They get the quickness onto a couple members, but a huge cataclysm onto 2 members. He's caught by
Flash forward.
Death, but he gets resurrected by the GA, and Transpiercer goes down. Decker Legendary getting rush after rush after rush, and 3 members are dead for Shook Slayers. Kingmaker, flash follow-up, 1 Z-Max, very much, but Bossar still is able to get the crowd control. Goes back in, ends up getting a
death.
A death, but yeah, unnecessary, but
First
still.
death of the game.
First death of the game, 3 for 1. They're just going to go for the end here. They don't even need the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, an unfortunate fight for Shook Slayers. It looked like Transpiercer was going to be able to turn that one around, but the Resurrect meant that there was not going to happen there.
Yep.
Unfortunate on that one. First game went to Shook Slayers. Second game going to Bananas for Bezos. We're getting a second game 3.
Hey, let's go. I mean, just absolute masterclass on the Vex from Decker. Absolute masterclass.
Yeah. I mean, Vex was the entire team there, and she kind of had to be once she got ahead. We kind of said there was the scaling that Shook Slayers had. Once again, they seemed to opt into that more often than not, and there was not really any opportunity for that scaling to occur because the Vex constant pressure was always there, and there was no answer to it. She was always capable of doing whatever she wanted.
We'll see how this changes game number 3, but first we're going to take a quick break. When we return, the series finale. Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome back to the Corporate Esports Association League of Legends lower bracket semifinals. My name is Fenix, joined by Thousand Eyes, and it is our last game of the day. Winner goes on and faces Raytheon Apollo in the lower bracket finals. Let's get right into this.
I am ready to go. Obviously, this is our 6th game of the day. There's a lot of games. There's a lot of games for us to cast, but regardless, we are now into our final game. This will be it. This is all that we are going to be going through today. And now both teams, I mean, looking like they're kind of going for similar things that they've been trying to do this entire time, right? The scaling, the Victor, the Jinx, the Lilia is all there, the Cho'Gath even. Bananas for Bezos, they want that big game. They want that team fight skirmishy, messy mid-game fights. And they want that to be their win condition.
Kingmaker on the Jarvan once again. They get the Nautilus Callista for Logic not found, an Eyes shield, but Decker this time on a Silas. The only change in the comp as a Flash Zenith Blade gets stopped by a steadfast presence from Dragon Gary.
That's a bigger deal than it seems like, and that's specifically for Dragon Gary. Because Cho'Gath now has the opportunity to hard shove this really well, and Poppy has no answer to it because she started W. I don't disagree with the W start, but it has consequences. And Leona without the flash kind of sucks, but it's fine.
Oh,
however,
stack set up for
Sofa
Bananas. Sofa. Oh, the hook misses!
Oh, no, dude. You got to hit those. You got to hit those, my friend.
Oh. Well, I know exactly what's going on in their blue buff now.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see Lilia also is going to maneuver down to that blue buff and make sure they take theirs in response. So looking to be more of the same here. And Shookslayer is going to just stay back. Leona, not really that much of a champion at level 1.
I mean, you have Zenith Blade.
You have Zenith Blade, but, like, then what? Yeah, that's it.
I mean, it's a stun.
You can smile sweetly at your opponent and hope that they feel nice and let you walk away.
I mean, yes. Yeah, you're right. Level 2 is where that really makes the big difference in that lane. Speaking of level 2, Logic not found an Ice Shield. Once again, getting the better end of the level 2.
As
actually,
expected.
Sofa only 1 CS, now 2 at the start of this game. I mean, it's really tough when you're being zoned off by the Nautilus and you have the threat of the Jarvan on the bottom side of the map and you know he's there.
Yeah, and I mean, that's fine, though. Really, like, they to an extent expected this. This is just kind of your standard let's scale up until level 8 or 9 style of team composition, especially for this bot lane. But I think the bigger thing that here is I'm curious how this is going to work out with the Victor, because Victor can go one of two ways. He can either like scale up really hard and be really great with that, or if you do make skirmishes happen well with him, he will start to go off the rails early because of the fact that the way his passive works. We'll get that in a second.
Nice hook, but in comes the Zenith play from Boss R. Logic not found. Pop the cleanse, get the root on a boss. Kingmaker in the winks, but the positioning not quite right for the Jarvan to make the gank happen.
Yeah, so Summoner's burnt, but back to that Victor point, if he succeeds in early skirmishes, he starts to snowball very hard because he gets those extra stacks. The hook
once again, and Sofa is dead. First blood over to Kingmaker. They're on to Boss R as well. But he is Leona. He will stay alive.
Very unfortunate. Flash was still up, but did not want to flash away from that. So fucking just not really respecting the damage that could come through there. And Shookslayers do pay the price for that one. A great start that is needed for Bananas for Bezos here.
Indeed it is. Especially when you have a Callista and a Jinx matchup, you know you're going to get outscaled eventually, but you just got to keep the tempo going.
Yeah. Jinx also does miss a lot of CS for that death, too. It is not just about the death. It's the fact that you are basically just, well, I miss all of the minions that were there at the time. So that's more than just a death for for Jinx there, for Sofa King, and now Shook Slayer's kind of really far behind. I mean, look at the gold now. Even though it's just 1 kill, it's 800 gold difference, and a lot of that has to do with that bot lane dive.
This can go off the rails very quickly if Kingmaker can push this tempo. Once again, go for Lifesteal as the item, not going for
the boots.
Not going for the boots, but importantly, has not been going for the chem tag, which has been very popular on Jarvan as of late.
Yeah. I mean, it's been popular. It may just be comfort. If I'm playing a champion and someone's like, oh yeah, this is a popular build right now, I'm going to still go the one that I know, because I'm not going to know my limits on a new build, so that could possibly be part of the issue. Transpiercer now setting up for a gank from the support.
Early steadfast presence. This one's going to get punished. Flash out of the way with a follow-up from Transpiercer. He gets the kill. Didn't have level 6, so didn't get the stack for it, but
he's going to get it now.
He's going to kill a minion with it.
No?
No?
He's not going to use it. Okay. But with that, that does mean Sofa King literally cannot be at the tower, and that's more minions missed. This Jinx is going to take a long time in order to be relevant here. So they are putting all their eggs in the Transpiercer basket and hoping that this Cho'Gath can get tanky enough to be a problem. Transpiercer did eventually use that ultimate, so did get the stack, but man, this Jinx is just put into the absolute dumpster.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So many CS down. The rotate coming in from Kingmaker. The flash, the root, the follow-up. Sofa's dead. And Boss R tries to trace back onto Ice Shield. Can't really make it happen. He's a lone Leona under a T1 tower.
That's so bad. And now you can see not
Here
just...
comes XC sees Kingmaker. Flag a drag out.
That's so bad, not just from the gold value at this point, but also the experience difference is there, because that
2 levels down.
2 levels down at 7 minutes is absurd. And if we can get a gold update here, as I want to check out how much is between.
My God.
It is twice as much gold basically for this Kalista as this Jinx, and Jinx is not known for being a frugal champion.
Sofa has less gold than Ice Shield.
That's so depressing.
Dragon Gary got executed by a Cho'Gath ulti. You know,
a nice round Cho'Gath.
Just a round boy.
Yeah. Spectator bug that has been there for a while. As I feel like we say that a lot nowadays.
Yes.
But Cho'Gath, his portrait very round in its current state. But Cho'Gath, I mean, hey, for even taking the Jinx as a whole separate issue, the gank on top side seems like it worked. The Poppy not able to do much against this Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath has been farming well. Cho'Gath has been keeping pressure on, and now getting solo kills against this Poppy. That's a big deal, because eventually the Cho'Gath will be too tanky for anybody on that team to kill.
If this was TFT, he'd be at his Luden's Echo already. Fortunately, that's not the case. And he's going tank Cho'Gath, which makes me sad. Either way, Rift Herald being started. Boss R coming back in. Flash out of Midnight. Cataclysm lands, but in comes the Lilting Lullaby. ZMAX gets the dunk on a Kingmaker. They trade mid laner for jungler. And now ZMAX is caught in the pit. Decker flashes over the wall. Dragon carry the sacrifice. Transpiercer gets another ult off. 2 for 1. Shook Slayer is still in this game.
Yeah, that is so not great there for the side of Bananas for Bezos, because, yeah, okay, cool. You get a lot for Kalista on the bot side, but Jinx is not paying the price for it that time. Jinx was mid. She was getting farm. She was starting to catch back up. She gets a plate for herself as well. So that whole time when it happened the first time, Jinx had to sit up in her lane way back near her tier 2 tower. This time around, she's able to move up. She's able to get farm. And now Transpiercer looking for his own little plate himself. Cho'Gath with Demolish does a lot of damage to towers, and now Transpiercer is a major issue that needs to be addressed in some way, shape, or form. And it's going to be difficult because you have, you have Callista. Callista's going to take forever to get enough stacks onto that Cho'Gath to kill him. The Silas, going to take a while as well to get the kills because he's more focused on brawling and constant healing throughout a fight. Jarvan is going to be similar. Poppy not going to be doing enough damage. Like, what do you do at this point if this Cho'Gath keeps going out of control?
No, first of all, get some plates for Dragon Gary. Second of all, continue pushing the wave. Transpiercer making his way up top side to respond.
Dragon him 50.
I mean, this is where Bananas for Beezus have been good all series in these early Dragon controls, and once again, they've got the lane priority. They look for boss, and they catch him in the Cataclysm, and here comes Z-Max, a great hook from Ice Shield, right back into the depth charge. They get the Lilting Lullaby, but only onto Logic, who cleanses it out, and a double kill for the Callista, now 3-0-1.
Yeah, and I think Z-Max has been holding onto these ults a little bit longer. He wanted to get that last stack onto the other person in order to actually get a full 3-man Lilting Lullaby, but could not make that happen. And by the time the ultimate actually went through, they did not get anything out of it.
Flag a drag bot side. Goodbye, Jinx.
We salute you, Jinx. You no longer get to play the video game that is League of Legends. You get to watch a very color-saturated screen and wonder why your team is not helping you.
It's desaturated.
It's desaturated? Is it? Yeah, you're right.
Saturated would be increased vibrancy. Desaturated is decreased vibrancy.
Do I look like I'm smart?
Yes. Ice Shield, though. Playing zone as the Leona can't get the Zenith Blade, but the Jinx still picks up two kills on the Knot and the Knot and the Callista. That's a 700 gold shutdown, actually, for Sofa.
That's a massive shutdown for Sofa. His entire kind of struggles are getting kind of erased by the mistakes that Bananas for Bezos have been having here. As now, if we can actually get a stack check on the Victor here at some point, we will be able to see how far along he's gotten. Because I'm curious now how many times, I mean, I guess we could take a look at that. 4 assists does equal 1 full upgrade by itself, because it is 25 per, and at 100 he gets that upgrade. 110 CS, that's another upgrade. So he is currently sitting on 2 upgrades, and that's when Victor starts to get scary.
Yeah, E upgrade. I don't know if you go for the Q or the W upgrade.
You go for the Q.
You go for the
You
Q.
go for the Q. You've never gone for the W.
My instinct is the Q upgrade. I mean, the W upgrade used to be worth getting.
No.
Well, for wave clear, that was what it was good for.
Yeah, not for anything of actual worth.
I mean, yes. And I changed it.
Yeah, it is not exactly what you want at the current state, but that is why when he gets those 2 upgrades, it's such a big deal. The W upgrade, not the biggest problem, not the biggest thing, but you get the W upgrade so that you could get the ulti upgrade. That's basically it.
Comes Kingmaker, finds Midnight. Decker follow up with the Abscond Abduct, and Kingmaker gets the kill.
Yeah, TP comes through late. Transpiercer just going to catch the wave here. One thing we will not be able to math out here is if we can get the Cho'Gath stacks eventually. That'll also be great, so we can see just how many stacks he's gotten. Not just in general.
Caught out. 1v4. Flag and drag. Decker with the kill.
Yeah, so at some point we'll be able to try and get those Cho'Gath stacks up on screen for you
soft
guys.
flame towards our producer right now,
yeah,
actually.
At some point we will get those Cho'Gath stacks. Sometime, anytime.
He's sitting there like,
whenever,
nope, not happening.
We're looking at Cho'Gath. We're not seeing the stacks. Anyway, I mean, like, look, he's level 11, so he is very, very tanky right now.
He's got like 2,500 health.
He's got, yeah, it's like 2,500. He is, and he, I believe, still can chomp up some minions here if he wants to.
Indeed. Still, I mean, he's kind of the only Fed member on his team. This Jinx has gotten a little bit of the deficit makeup over Logic Not Found, but if we can take a look at the gold here, it really is still a deficit for Sofa.
We will get that in just a sec. There we go. Yeah, still a major deficit, but it has gotten less extreme from a percentage standpoint, right?
Yes. Yes, it has.
Yeah, because it was.
Kingmaker flying and drag with the lilting lullaby. Gets the Cataclysm flash out of the way. He gets the Cataclysm just for the movement, and in comes Ice Shield off the Fate's Column. Z-Max goes down very low as Decker steals the Chaos Storm, goes on the boss, goes golden. Decker goes golden as well, but the stolen Chaos Storm does so much damage. Midnight Esteban out of the way, and finally, Decker goes on a killing spree. 2 absconds abducts in a row. Double kill. Now on to Leona. Sofa flashes away. Logic not found to Decker. They really want this. Go over abscond, abduct Kingslayer for the kill.
All right, so that's the answer to the fight there. If you can't fight Cho'Gath, just don't fight Cho'Gath. Really.
Yes.
Like, they just kind of ignored the Cho'Gath, went around, and then, yeah, like you said, not only the Chaos Storm, but also the Everfrost to lock them down inside of it and continue getting that damage down was so huge for Decker, and they could not chug through Kingmaker. I believe he didn't just ult for the, he didn't just ult to get the movement on that, but also ulted to cancel out the crowd control from the Lilia ultimate.
Yep.
That
was
insanely good.
That was the next level play.
I didn't even realize that was a thing you could do.
Yes.
I know you can ignore some crowd control. I thought that one would go through regardless.
Nope.
That's nuts.
That was really well played from Kingmaker, showing good knowledge and good mastery of the champion. There's Logic. When he's coming into his own, has the first part of the Ballista combo in the Immortal Shield Bow.
Yeah, going to use the Rift Herald in the mid lane here just to get the opportunity to take this Infernal Dragon for free. So that is now Soul Point. We'll be able to get Soul at about the same click as they were getting it in the previous game here. Transpiercer up in that top side doing a lot of work, and there are objective bounties available. That's an extra 250 gold going to the entire team while they do lose that dragon.
Yeah, but that Drake, that's Dragon Soul. Once again, the choice between Baron and Soul defense for Shook Slayers is going to be paralyzing. Logic not found. Here,
I don't know if you guys...
Call, Ice Shield into the depth charge. Yeah, you can't do that. That's a Cho'Gath.
He didn't have mana, so I can see why they kind of were like, all right, he's just going to be really beefy.
He's almost at 3,000 health right now.
Yeah, he's almost at 3,000 health, and there is nothing. Callista, I'm going to be real, I don't like the Wit's End build here. I don't care for it right now. I feel like you need a Blade of the Ruin King.
I mean, you definitely need a Blade of the Ruin King, but the Wit's End is nice because Cho'Gath and Victor and Lilia all do magic damage. I
agree, but at what point are you sacrificing the ability to actually kill the champion to try and not get killed by the other champion?
I guess.
Because to me, it's like you're at a point where Cho'Gath is not going to die if you don't have Blade of the Ruin King. You're buying an item that maybe lets you survive against Cho'Gath. I don't know.
Wit's End as our camera goes top lane.
Yeah.
Just hanging out there.
Yeah, we're just going to hang out at topside while our producer's on his phone. Completely ignoring us.
I honestly have no words.
I have no words at all.
Some friendly gesturing between Thousand and our producer Brennan. Good times, good times.
All right, so I'll catch back up because I don't know what happened while that was going on.
Nothing happened.
Shut up, I want to flame Brennan more. Yeah, so Dragon in 3 minutes, Soul. Baron will be spawning in 1. Really, Shook Slayers are just looking to try and keep stemming bleeding. Sofa King in a little bit of trouble, but they have people. That is not who you need to engage
Solar
on.
Flare on Ice Shield comes back in with a depth charge. Boss finds Kingmaker as Decker comes onto the side of the fight. Abscond abduct, forcing Z-Max to go golden as Transpiercer goes on a rampage, picking up the Nautilus, but Z-Max caught in a Cataclysm, goes down, and Decker is buying so much time in the fight. Gets a Kingslayer and a kill onto Midnight, and the Super Mega Death Rocket does not get the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately didn't hit the Poppy there, but what did hit was the Poppy ultimate, getting Transpiercer out of that fight, and that is why Bananas for Bezos were able to actually pull that one off. They once again ignore Cho'Gath and force him out of the fight in order to continue taking that and winning that one. They do lose the tower at the end of it. That's another objective bounty going over to Shook Slayers and will help them catch back up. But it is definitely not the most fun time here for Shook Slayers as this Jinx, she's alive, but just barely.
Abduct onto Boss R. In comes Transpiercer though. Boss R goes down to the Ren. Kingmaker has the flash out of the way as the Fates Call comes in. Double kill for Logic Not Found, and now they're on to Transpiercer. He's so damn tanky. Z-Max coming back into the fight, but he doesn't have a way out in the hijack with a Cho'Gath ulti. Decker will say thank you for the stacks. I will use these and cherish them, and they will be great.
I am hungry. Oh, another engage. Z-Max, nobody.
Has to flash away. In comes Decker onto Transpiercer, uses the stolen ulti for the true damage, and now Transpiercer goes down his first death of the game. 500 gold in the pocket of Dragon Gary. And the Dragon is up at 1:10. The Baron is on the table. Bananas for Bezos just going to go for Vision, and then a reset.
And after all of that, the one positive thing that we had going for Shook Slayers is no longer going as positive as it was before. The Cho'Gath ultimate, very influential in that to allow them to get that Cho'Gath low. And then ultimately, yeah, they're just not in a spot. Shook Slayers are really struggling, and they're just continuing to bleed out. And it's getting worse and worse by the minute.
And Logic Not Found going into the Runon's Hurricane. So I don't think we're going to see a Bork this game, 1000.
I'm a little frustrated.
They are up 5,000 gold.
I realize that, and that makes me more frustrated because it's going to work. And then people are going to say, well, yeah, it worked. It was good.
I mean, they've only killed him once.
They only killed him once, and not because of the Callista. It was because of Cho'Gath's own ultimate that they were able to kill Cho'Gath.
I mean, I would have rather had the stacks. I would have ulted a minion as the Silas. Ice Shield caught out by a Zenith Blade. Solar Flare ends up falling. Boss R with the kill credit there, but at the same time, it's traded for the Infernal Soul. Bananas for Bezos now.
They're going to rush the Baron. They don't have Cho'Gath ult for this.
I don't know if you can do that. I mean, you talk about double smite comps. Cho'Gath ulti is one of them, Callista Ren being the other.
It's not going to be up in time.
I mean, Sofa should be able to melt this with the Kraken Slayer, but in comes Dragon Gary.
He's gone.
Bossar caught out in the Cataclysm onto 2 members. Midnight goes golden, but they've already lost 2 people off their team. Super Mega Death Rocket only getting
Jinx.
the reset off of Kingmaker.
Lethal tempo.
Can't get enough movement speed off of that to make the fight continue.
Yeah, Midnight gonna hang out with the Nautilus here, just vibe in their own base. I Shield just, yeah, they're gonna have a good old time. They're gonna talk for a bit, I think.
Hi, my name is Victor. I invented the Hex Tech, all the Hex Tech actually.
No. He actually gets the execute.
I didn't think that was gonna happen. I'm gonna be real.
That's so nuts to me. Wow.
Here comes Kingmaker though. Flag a drag on a Transpiercer. Logic Not Found actually doing quite a bit of damage as Decker forces the flash out of the Jinx. And they pick him up with the Rend, and Decker meanwhile steals up the Cho'Gath ulti, so now they have triple smite for Baron.
How many champions, how much objective control can we get is really the question here. As Baron will be started up, no opportunity at all going to be possible for Shook Slayers. And now it's just like every time they are just on the thread, they are on the edge of making that work. They cannot get the actual fights to work out in their favor. It gets a little bit better, and then it keeps falling apart.
Yeah, and once again, Decker just proving very good on this Silas. Teamfight disruption has been very crucial throughout this game when you're playing this very skirmishy comp. Meanwhile, Runon's Hurricane completed. Logic Not Found 7-1 and 9 on the Callista, having a game reminiscent of game number 1, or not game number 1. Yeah, game number 1 where he did very well on the Callista. Unfortunately, that game they ended up losing. But this time around has a significant 1-item lead over Sofa. And Jinx outscales, but you still need items to make that happen.
She has to scale in order to outscale is the problem here. And we're not seeing that just yet. If we can get a stack update on that Cho'Gath there, Brennan.
He's got almost 4,000 health.
He's got almost 4,000 health, but I would like to see Brennan Cho'Gath stacks at some point.
We shall see. There we are, 8 stacks.
Hey, 8 stacks. That's actually not as many as I thought.
No. They're pushing in.
Ooh, big knock-up.
2-man knock-up, but it's stopped with a steadfast presence. The Zenith Blade follow-up doesn't go in. They lose the Poppy, but no one else. Lilting Lullaby only lands onto the Nautilus. They land the knock-up onto Kingmaker. Ice Shield goes down off the dunk.
Okay, we got a game. So, fight's still gonna keep going.
VMAX wants logic.
Ooh.
That'll kite out of the way on the Callista.
The slow.
Z-Max goes golden. Kingmaker caught by the Flagon Dragon into the Zenith Blade. And the shutdown goes over to Sofa.
All right, so that is actually a lot earned there. And the big thing is they killed the Poppy before the Poppy ult could come through. Cho'Gath did not get punted away, and they have enough of a front line now. They may go push for the end here.
There's no way. Only 25 seconds on this Jarvan.
Okay, yeah, no, you're
Poppy.
right. I saw the Jarvan and forgot about how low the other death timers were. So,
yes.
Yeah, they're going to get the inhibitor. They're going to back away, but that's huge. Jinx now going to be getting a lot of gold out of that, and we're going to see exactly how close that is here, as it is actually
still 2,000.
It's still
2,500 down.
2,500 down when you're talking 8 to 6 versus 12 to 9 or 12 to 10. Major difference, though. Like we're still talking percentage here, and that's massive. The longer that it keeps even, the longer that 2,000 gold stays the same, the longer or the more percentile it works in favor for Jinx. You're closing the gap because of the percentages. Now, Elder Dragon is going to be spawning in a minute, and I like that Bananas for Bezos are going to be getting the vision control now, while Shook Slayers are backing off after getting the inhibitor. So this is Bananas for Bezos, Elder Dragon to take. But man, they cannot let the same thing happen to Poppy. Poppy ult has become exceedingly critical in this game to get this Cho'Gath out of fights.
Got the setup. They're moving back out of the way. All members are here. If Shoot Slayers can pull this fight, maybe they can make something happen, but it's a stolen Solar Flare.
Watch Kingmaker on the
Decker.
side. Yeah, Kingmaker has the GA right now, so he will be able to survive if he does dive in and goes down. But right now, both teams playing very carefully. They realize how important this next fight could be. It could decide the series. It could decide their seasons.
They know just how difficult this can be. Decker with the stolen Solar Flare is actually one of the better stolen ultimates for a Sylas to have. Going in with the Abscond Abduct, pretty much a better Zenith Blade if they can make it stick. The Dragon has spawned now. The inside tracks is to shoot Slayers. They have double smite, but so does Bananas for Bezos.
Yeah, Decker's still sitting on that Leona ultimate. I believe it's soon going to time
Copter.
out. Transpiercer. It doesn't hit.
Does not hit, but he gets a stun up on Transpiercer on the side of the fight. His Ice Shield tries going back. Finds the Solar Flare, though.
Watch
Decker,
Jinx.
and he's got the Abscond Abduct onto Z-Max. Sofa trying to do as much damage as he can on the fight. No one's died quite yet, but the red health bars are lower. Ice Shield tries to find his way out of Midnight, but he's chunked out by the Victor with the empowered Q. Still 3 for 1, though. The Bananas for Bezos will pick up their Elder Dragon.
So they got into that fight, and Jinx tried to do stuff, but she backed away thinking that the Jarvan was going to hit. The Victor W stopped Jarvan before he was going to go back in that deep, but because Jinx had already backed out, she couldn't get back into that fight. She went the long way around, and throughout all of this, Z-Max and Transpiercer are tanking for no good reason, for no gain to the team, and that ends up costing them the fight, costing them the Elder Dragon, and now it is all Bananas for Bezos. Once again, the back and forth goes for Bananas and for Bezos.
Yeah. I mean, it was a great stolen Solar Flare as well. Tape-right disruption from Decker has been so good these last 2 games. First on the Vex, now on the Silas. 25 seconds on the Baron, and we're going to see another fight. This time with an Elder Dragon and an Infernal Soul for Bananas for Bezos, plus a 6,000 gold lead. They have firm control. It is their fight to lose.
It absolutely is. Transfiercer, now, we are hitting the point where level 16s are going to start to come through. That's a huge upgrade for Cho'Gath there. He will get even beefier. All of the previous stacks still make him even beefier. So, Cho'Gath still going to be a threat here as the Baron will be started. Almost
there's
assuredly
no way
picked
into
up.
the pit.
Yeah, you die if you go in. It was a little closer than I expected, not going to lie. But they do pick up that Baron. Mid lane not pushed in. All of the waves. While all of that was happening, Shook Slayer's pushing out the waves to make sure that they cannot do anything with it for the first couple of minutes. In fact, they get another objective bounty. 300 gold objective bounty there.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of pennies compared to this gold lead at the moment.
I know, but it's good. If somebody gave you $3, you'd be happy to have $3.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
You get, okay, well then I'm never going to give you $3. If you're not going to be happy with it, why would I do that?
Either way, Elder buff has ran out for Bananas for Bezos, but they still got 2 minutes left on their Baron buff.
Yeah, I mean, the Elder was mainly just to get the Baron buff afterwards, so that's not a big deal. But yeah, having that Baron, trying to push in these towers, they have gotten surprisingly few towers, all things considered. Shook Slayers were the first to actually break an inhibitor despite being down a good chunk of gold and kills here. These level 16s have been hit. We're still waiting on the level 16 for the Cho'Gath here.
Yep. And a hijack solar flare once again. Very nice on the Silas. You have quite a bit of wave clear Shook Slayers, but they now have 2 waves pushing into the T3s.
Yeah, and I want to take a look just at levels across the board here and the level difference and how much gold value that actually really carries here. 1 level difference in top, 2 level difference in the jungle, 2 level difference in the mid lane, 3 level difference in the AD carry position, and 1 in the support. That is like, what, like 8, 9 levels of difference across, and that is a massive amount of gold value that is being lost by Shook Slayers until they match that up.
Yep. And Sofa, I mean, level 13. He's got the IE now, but, I mean, 3-item Jinx is scary, but the Callista still 4 items almost now to the final slot.
Yep, there's the Tiamat.
I love how Callista can just buy Tiamat. It's great.
Yeah.
Definitely a balanced item.
I mean, hey, that's even before it would have been okay even before they changed Ravenous Hunter to be applied on abilities as well. How do you feel about that one?
I do not like it. Either way, decap coming in for Decker. It's a fun one on Silas.
I would also like to point out it is a Tiamat, which means that we are not getting a Blade of the Ruin King on this Callista.
No, we are. I mean, we have a Black Cleaver. That's some tank shredding.
That's tank shredding for the team. You're Callista. Like, I don't know. To me, like, you have Jarvan who already has tank shred. Tell Poppy to get the freaking Black Cleaver. Tell Jarvan to get the Black Cleaver. If you want tank shred and you're the AD carry, get something that lets you tank shred. Screw everybody else.
I mean, you could have gone LDR. That would have been worse.
I mean, LDR wouldn't have been great, but I don't know. It just, I don't like Black Cleaver on Callista. I don't think it's that great.
Transpiercer's got the level 16, almost to 5,000 health. Baron buff has run out. 56 seconds now on the Elder Dragon. 4 bananas for Bezos. They have the inside track. They have the waves pushed, but they still don't have any inhibitors.
Yeah, it's really difficult. They're running into the same issue that they had in Game 2 of they don't have good siege. They have 4 melee characters and a Callista.
So they have 5 melee characters.
So they have 5 melee characters, and 5 melee characters does not a siege composition make. So Shook Slayers are capable of clearing this out, and it also helps that Shook Slayers have really good wave clear. Jinx, Victor, Cho'Gath can walk up and just push people off. Look at how big this boy is. He's grown so large. I'm so proud of him.
I mean, he is his model is very big because he's got lots of health. I prefer Malphite size scaling though, because you get it with armor.
I like Zac because when he gets smaller, he sounds funny.
This is true. Speaking of Zac, we haven't seen Zac in a long time.
Yeah.
Solar Flare though lands. That's the first kill on a Boss R. In comes Z-Max trying to get the Lilting Lullaby, only finds it onto one member, and that's Kingmaker. He has Guardian Angel, and Sofa goes down to the Callista. Z-Max on the side, dies to Decker. 4-4-0, and they're going for the GG push now.
Yeah, Transpiercer backing away here. I'm actually kind of surprised he's not trying to head off the wave, because if he holds the wave, he may be able to stop the game from ending, but he's going to let that push in. They're going to get that tower. They're going to get that inhibitor, and they're going to go for even more here. Transpiercer not even TPing to get back to the tower faster. Now, we'll try and hold that off. They're going to keep pressure on.
Stun against the Nexus. Abscond, abduct, chain lash, Kingslayer. Trying to use the stolen Transpiercer ultimate to get him down, but he's able to make his way back into the fountain. The Leona comes back up, gets the Solar Flare into 4 members, but is knocked out by the Poppycopter. And bananas for Bezos take the series. They'll be facing Raytheon Apollo in the lower bracket finals.
Oh, and it was a mess. It was wild. It was not the cleanest game of League of Legends I have seen, but it was a game of League of Legends at the end of the day.
And it was a fun game of League of Legends.
That's debatable. No, it was fun. But I don't know. That felt like a game that should have been closed out much earlier.
Yes.
With the lead that they had. The Cho'Gath getting ahead did throw a wrench into that plan, but there were some mistakes. I'm a little sad to see that's how things are going to work out for Shook Slayers, because I think really if they had focused anybody that didn't have the GA in that fight, that would have been a major different fight, because not only do you take that person out, but you also get the Jinx reset. You also get the you take away that front line there from that team. I feel like that could have completely changed things around and made things massively different if they had just picked better target selection in that last fight.
But unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Then as for Bezos, going to face Raytheon Apollo. And if they can win that one, it would be an Amazon v. Amazon Grand Finals, which would be a lot of fun. That said, that's all the time we have for today's broadcast. From everyone here at Corporate Esports Association, admins, production crew, everyone in between, our producer MXL, my name is Finnick.
My name is Thousand Eyes.
And we will see you next time around.